Welcome back, everyone. Got a new group up here in the booth for the Maconi Setup Shop 24 Hours of Daytona in the VSCA Sports Car Championship. I am Brad Daniels, and sitting alongside me here is Alex Gagnon. Dustin Hollis is behind the scenes doing all the fun little buttons and pushing everything so we can sound good, look good. Alex, how are we feeling tonight? Well, I guess it's daytime, probably where we're both at, but in the race here tonight.
Yeah, right now where we're sitting here in the virtual Daytona, this has been a fun opening several hours of this 24-hour event, and in tune, I'm sure, for a nice long stint through the night here in southern Florida. So we're just coming up to about 5 hours in. It is the World of Sim Racing team at 51 machine you see on the screen right now, up front of both class and overall. Got a little bit of battling back here in GT Pro.
Got 18-13 going for a battle for 6th here in the class, 26th overall. You can see these guys going hard at it. We saw early in, if you joined us for the 5 hours up until now, you saw a lot of hard battling, a lot of great racing, but at the same time, a lot of full course yellows that, you're not typically used to seeing here in these endurance races. We're going to jump on board here now with the 13, I believe, here, coming out of turn 7 going into turn 8 here, and now using that toe coming onto this backstretch here at Daytona. I mean, setting yourself up for the little chicane here of turns 9 through 11 is very powerful, and especially when everyone's kind of settled in these positions, getting anything you can during this time is great for you and your team. We're gonna just watch, everyone here tonight, battling out like we were saying before that, just some elbows out as well. But right now, everyone kind of getting calmed down a little bit, knowing that I said that. We'll probably have a full course yellow here, but right onto it, right through turns 11.
And this shoe here, going through that backstretch chicane, the 554 Red Lab Competizone gets a piece of the curbing. Gonna spin out just barely, keep it off that wall, avoiding what would be a really costly bit of damage at the front end there. Tough place to try to rejoin too, because you're trying to back into traffic coming out of that chicane. That is not a great place to be, but looks like they were able to get that car righted back on track here. So we're jumping back up with this battle, I believe, that we were just watching in GT Pro. VSR Competizone trying to get on in there. A couple other cars getting into the mix here as well. Carrera and Texiera battling out here for 7th.
And overall, see these 4 drivers right now all bunched up together. I think the last time there was an incident was going about an hour and a half ago at this point. So, these 4 drivers keeping in these little packs. I think our past commentary team talked about when these endurance races keep going, you get into these little packs, and that's what we're seeing right now here with this battle for 6, with Maltsev up front, trying to just keep these 3 at bay, coming through turns 8 and going in through turns 9 through 11. And, Alex, here at Daytona, as you see, I thought there was going to be a pass there for a second, but, as we go through Daytona, even the nightfall, it's not really that dark here. All these liveries look great, shiny, just because all the lights around this track, no matter if you go the infield or on the outside track here that these drivers are doing right now. But all that being said, the headlights, if you've ever driven in an endurance race, I have very limited knowledge with driving in these endurance races, but the headlights and knowing what type of cars coming behind you, the GTBs, any of the prototypes, anyone you're trying to battle for position, it's kind of hard to gauge as you see Texiera pushing it for the 73, looking to the inside, able to get that pass done on Correa. And now they're going to go through turns 2 and 3, a little 5-car gaggle as it's backing each other up.
Yeah, everything going to fight down toward the horseshoe here. 73 was able to stay clear as everything else had the wad down from double wide to single file through there. Taking a look here at the replay for GTP, the 7 of VSR. Just getting out onto the oval, just cooked it a little bit coming out of the corner. A little bit of a spin, no real damage it looks like, able to get back on track with a safe rejoin. Didn't toss them a ton of time, but certainly not a place you want to be spinning, especially as that's an area where a lot of people really try to put the throttle down to get that speed going through the banked ovals down toward the back straightaway. And this is exactly what you were talking about a second ago, Brad, where you get to this point in the race, everyone's shuffled up, and when you're starting to work through traffic here, it can get really dicey, especially on the infield portion of this course, you know, the opening 6-7 turns here, just because that part of the track not nearly as wide as the primary oval on the exterior. And when you go to make those passes, sometimes, oh boy, that was dicey. Car parked off to the side there, coming to the oval, just where we saw that GTP spin a second ago, and that was almost catastrophic for a host of cars, as there is significant damage here for flight level racing.
A little bit of a jump scare there for the drivers coming through the left-hander on turn 7. We're gonna take a look back. That is Carter Bitts, it looks like, who is driving that 757 machine. We're gonna take a look on that outside. Oh, hard into the tire barrier. Man, oh man, just a missing of a braking zone. It looks like hence the 757's thoughts right now, you know, sitting in 9th for the LMP2s. Just gonna try and nurse that thing back to pit road. I mean, it's lucky that car did not end up just not being able to be towed away. We're gonna take another look here from the nose and just head on into the tire.
Yeah. Worst feeling as a driver when you have that second to realize that you're going to be making impact, but there's just nothing you can do about it. So flight level racing going to nurse this thing on the apron back down the pit road, notably with that front end damage, no headlights, which is going to make this drive treacherous. As we'll take a look here, another replay, taking a look at the 84 GT Protronic. Gets pushed off here going through, I believe that's turn 2. That starts turn 1, apologies. They're trying to get that car righted off the wall, through the grass though. No one really coming, but you know, that's a tale of, you know, we saw 2 wrecks here in the past, or 2 spins in the past couple seconds, Brad. One of them though was a wreck, and the other being a spin. Sometimes where you go off on the racetrack makes all the difference in if your day is going to be able to continue.
Yeah, that was Benjamin Fisher in the 84 there that took the tumble around there coming out of turn 1. And yeah, like you said, Alex, I think a couple of the cautions earlier today too are just, you know, virtue of where people might have ended up spinning out. It's not even this part where they spun out. It might have been the chain reaction of either some rejoins or, you know, people trying to avoid them. As right now you can see Chris Caditz coming through turns 9 through 11 here with the little chicane, trying to track down 4th place position in the GTAM division. But it looks like, you know, a lot of the time you can see for like these BMWs and, you know, coming through that chicane in this whole back section, you got so much pull from the guy in front, and like you got a huge gap now just because of that chicane, where you're not going to get as much pull and you're not going to really contend yourself now. So you're just going to have to rely yourself on the infield portion here at Daytona, and as they come through the tri-oval and look maybe into turn 1 here.
We'll jump a little further back here, right to the start-finish line we go. A little bit of GTM. Going racing in the 19 here, trying to get something going. Superstar Racing Team, Michael James. Trying to wheel the outside of the horseshoe here. Couple of really tight battles right now in GTM. That sort of mid-pack of the group there, say 4th to 6th, they're all kind of stacked on top of each other here, and maybe a little more literally than I realized, as cars are slow going through the corner there, fighting their way through traffic.
Looks like Waco is pushing the limit right now. I mean, these guys just, you know, trying to do what they can. All these different classes in this little, you know, bunch are just going to open it up here on this back straight stint. And, you know, nonetheless, these guys just, you got to be at the virtue of some of these faster cars, some of these prototypes where, you know, you got to let them by, because obviously you aren't going to contend, but at the same time, just trying to figure out when the right time to let them pass is, because right now you can see a prototype back there trying to get in between a couple of them, and for the prototypes doing the same thing, trying to find the right gaps and edges. And right now, you know, these guys that are still battling it out for 5th aren't really having too much fun with these prototypes jumping in and out of their battle, but nonetheless, you know, staying within a second of each other from you can see the Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing team back to 7th in the SRN Motorsports Orange team.
And that battle will continue just across the stripe here as they're trying to hold off SRN Orange as they make their way into one. Got a couple of cars looking to really make up some time here just behind them. I want to say it's one of the LMP2s trying to find their way on by. And this is that part of the course where, you know, as much as you want to battle your competition, got to be mindful of those higher speed classes trying to go on by as well. You don't want to be holding them up, but you're not trying to put yourself in a spot where you lose touch with the car in front of you, as they'll go on by, and that gap's now opened up a bit. SRN Orange probably lost a couple tenths there coming through the horseshoe, trying to get that back here before they get back down to the banking corners.
You know, Alex, I feel like we've been looking and talking about all this action going on track, but we haven't really talked right here, you know, within the booth about, you know, just talking about this endurance racing. I mean, for you, at least for me, you know, not too much from a commentating perspective or driver perspective in the endurance space, but at the same time, you know, it just offers so many different things like strategies. I believe, I'm taking back here, I believe it was Alan Paris from PAX Sim Sports earlier. I was trying to watch and just catch up myself up with some names and teams and everything going on throughout here, and I think the way he put of writing strategies with pencils instead of pen, you know, it, especially with all the cautions earlier, you know, it's so hard to gauge when a full course yellow comes out how the team is gonna, you know, deal with it, how the engineers, you know, start making different strategies. And you know, if you come into a 24-hour race, there's no way no one could predict 24 hours, let alone the next 5 minutes. I can tell you that from a commentator's perspective. I can sometimes can't even predict the next 2 seconds. So in your perspective, Alex, I mean, watching these endurance races, how do you think these engineers are feeling at this point in the race where they've gone a good bit of time without having a full course yellow? And, you know, we talked about it in the prior team that, you know, maybe people are trying to calm down right now, but we saw that earlier and it did change sometimes.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when you're trying to predict strategy, I mean, you have the plan of what you want to do, but you got to have a couple things pocketed for if things change. That was very much the case in the opening with several full course yellows within the opening hour. Honestly, that early on may not affect it, but, you know, once we start getting in here, we've gone through a couple pit cycles where people are going to look at double stints, trying to keep the driver in through multiple pit stops. And if something were to come out in the middle of that, then strategies really have to shift as everyone's constantly doing the math, working back from that final, where the final lap's going to be, and figuring out how they can put themselves in a good spot to get there. So we're taking a look here just up onto the backstretch. A little bit of GTM battling into the chicanes. Some of that battle we saw earlier is actually one of the GT Pro cars behind them. But that 3 car, the BMW M Team TSR, this team has looked really, really sharp here. You know, they just had a little bit of an issue earlier on, but has since kind of really settled back in, and they're putting together some pretty good laps here.
That's what it's, you know, meant to do here in endurance racing. You know, when people are starting to relax, if you can keep yourself up to the, you know, up to par and keep yourself fast, that's where you're going to win these types of races, is when you know, take advantage of people's, you know, just maybe getting sleepy at times, because we're getting into the overnight hours for those that are in the European and really pretty much anyone that's not in the Americas right now. Like, they are getting into their nighttime schedules, and, you know, you have drivers that might think that they're, you know, they might prefer nighttime stints over daytime stints. And I know for a lot of drivers that are going to be coming in the US right now, like the US, anyone in the Americas, and I know we have a lot of different drivers, different nations represented in this race here tonight, that, you know, the daytime here is going to be where you want to take your most advantage right now. Jason, we're going to ride along here as we're talking about all this with the 747 of Jason Ketty, but you know, any team in the Americas might have that advantage, while the Europeans are, you know, in their nighttime stints and maybe a little sleep deprived, and then vice versa. So I think there's just so much strategy that goes into this, and it astounds me, you know, that some of these people push themselves, you know, to do 5-6 stints in a row at the same time. Like, that also is pretty impressive.
Yeah, 100%. It really is. I mean, these guys are driven and made for moments like this, but there's also, so not only do you have to worry about the strategy of getting into, how do you put yourself up front, it's one of the other parts where, depending on the makeup of drivers you have, whether it's gold, silver, or bronze, certain drivers in those classes need a certain amount of hours or are limited to a certain amount of hours behind the wheel, depending. And that's something you have to keep in mind as well, especially when you start getting into the deeper part of this race. As we're watching here with Flight Level taking a look to the outside, going down into one. Got right up to the back bumper, trying to work it here as they'll make their way into 2 and 3, not quite able to complete the pass. And has to tuck back into the tire tracks here, going into the horseshoe, maybe not. Back to the inside they go. Flight Level Racing, 747 makes the move as the BMW M team. A little bit of a shake out of the corners, going to lose that spot to SRN Motorsports Orange as well. 2 spots gone in the blink of an eye here just past the 5-hour mark.
And yeah, it's unfortunate for the BMW team, and a lot of these drivers right now just trying to do anything they can. Those full course yellows, obviously you can get a lot of your spots back, but times like these, you have 2 minutes of big, these close battles, and then 58 minutes of just keeping yourself awake, keeping yourself going. But we're gonna jump here with the number 4 Superstar Racing on the replay here, coming through the chicane 9, 10, and coming into turns 11, and bloops it a little bit. Oh, head on into the wall. I didn't know if they were going to get into the outside wall, but the 4 ends up with some front end damage. Not critical, but it's definitely going to hurt that 4 machine, and Superstar Racing trying to get back, safely rejoin and get back to pit road. Luckily, not too far of a trek, but nonetheless, a big hit for the 4 team and Michael James.
Yeah, almost a mirror of what we saw a second ago, or not a second, a few minutes ago, with the Red Lab Competizone GTP car, who also caught the curbing in that section. The only difference is that GTP was able to keep it off the wall. Not so lucky here, as you'll see Flight Level Racing just after making that move coming down pit road. So stops continuing here in the nighttime hours. The 747 into their box tires on. Looks like they'll be keeping the driver the same. So this stint will continue here for Ketty.
And, the next time I'm back in the booth here after all of this is about 5 a.m. my time, aka in the Americas Eastern Standard Time. So, there's a lot that can change from then. But right now, a lot of these drivers are getting it, trying to maybe make this long game work. As we're riding on board, staring at Jason Burney coming through the infield right now. He looks so determined. His eyes were full of the racetrack and full, I believe, of the 22 there.
Yeah, right now, Wastegate Racing currently sitting second in class, second overall. As you see, they'll be working their way up and around the banking. Currently about 14 seconds back of the World of Sim Racing team. Sanchez just past this chicane. But it's been a very strong start so far for this 32 team. They've put about 20-odd some seconds of distance over Blouth and that team in third. That's V1M. So this is that part where you have a little bit of clean racetrack to work with. You've got a good car, fast car working for you right now. This is that time as a driver where you really just settle in, kind of hit that flow state, start ticking off laps, ticking off minutes. If you're doing a double stint or a triple, taking off even entire hours off of that chunk, and just finding that sort of rhythm, finding that focus. As we'll jump back here to LMP2. That is the 22 Twist Turns, who's just making a move there past one of the GT cars. And he's got some company behind him too. Fury Sim Sport and Monarch Racing Team both right there as well into the horseshoe.
Little pit exit scare there as well, but you got the 99 of Brioso right there sitting, trying to watch these two battle it on out in front of him. But right now, the 22 of Raris Frantine looks to be pushing it and getting about a second and a half ahead of. Oh, whoa! Around goes the 99.
Huge contact there. The 99 Monarch Racing team, they are definitely going to be hurting a bit there. Some contact off track, trying to get this thing back up to the speed. Brioso, take one more look at it here, made this move to the inside. And then, I don't know if he just lost it there right in front of Fury Simsport. I don't think they got down to the curbing. Ambitious move did not pay off, and it's cost Monarch Racing dearly.
We're going to take a look from the DSR 13 machine. And just gets loose and right around into that outfield. I mean, that's unfortunate for the 13 and everyone involved. And, nothing crazy, nothing full course yellow worthy, but nonetheless, that's the Monarchs are going to try and have to push back from that. And it looks like they're going to be able to keep it out. They're not going to decide to go down pit road, obviously, without, too much damage there from that little incident. So keep on pushing, and we'll see where the Monarch machine keeps going.
So they have settled back in, currently running, I believe, 8th in class here for LMP2. They were battling for that 7th position with Fury Simstore. I believe Fury actually did come down pit road. So the 99 will stay out, the 30 down. Oh no, the 30 is just up ahead. Might need to refresh my timing sheet over on my side. I think something might be up with it. But yeah, right now, looks like there's no significant damage here for the Monarch Racing, so that LMP2 going to continue as scheduled. Oh, we'll jump here. This is GT Pro.
I believe there's the yellow.
Yeah. Yellow flag is out for the first time in a little while here.
Trying to figure out the cause of the yellow. The BMW team. The 25 GTP. And that looks to be the...
Wow, that car just exploded when it caught the tire barrier there. Multiple pieces go flying off. And yeah, it was trying to get it rolling again. That car simply does not want to do it. But the BMW M Team TSR going to be basically out of this thing. It was already a couple laps behind here, but that car going to need a lot of work to get put back together here. But that is going to bring out the full course yellow here about 5 hours, 15 minutes into this Maconi Setup Shop 24 hours of Daytona. And for the folks who are just joining us, this is not our first one. We've had a few of these, especially the opening few laps here. The opening hour saw a couple by themselves. So an opportunity for these drivers to kind of settle back in. This field's going to get stacked back up, and this is that part of the race where everyone's pit stops and pit cycling has kind of found a different part of the racetrack, or a different period of time across the racetrack. So this could be a big opportunity for those folks who were thinking about coming down pit road soon. They'll have the opportunity to get service done on that car sooner rather than later.
And it will be a full course yellow. It will be the longer version. It will not be shortened, since there hasn't been a full course yellow for a while. So the field will be pacing around here for a little bit, not too long though. But for a lot of these drivers, to your point, Alex, if you're thinking of stints and trying to figure out when people should get in and out of the car, right now might be a great time to, get somebody who might be a little weary, might be getting a little tired in that driver's seat out of there if need be. But at the same time, if he's in the flow, if they want to keep going, then all power to them. That's obviously their decisions. But right now, it's getting into the nighttime here in Daytona, still brightly lit, as we've said already. But it's just, however you want to keep it going, that's how you got to keep going. Because no other real, you don't go to any other type of oval race or dirt racing and see anybody, opting to jump out of the car because they're tired. All these drivers have that option, but at the same time, this early part of the race, it couldn't get into a flow because of all the cautions. So I think a lot of drivers may be a little bit off of what they originally were thinking this race was going to go. And by that, maybe some early switch ups. So we'll see if anyone opts to come down pit road here this time by to driver swap or get some new tires or fuel. Doesn't look like anybody, at least from what I'm seeing on my side of things. Except for one lonely car.
Yeah, as we were talking pit road there, I figured I would try to take a second to figure out what was going on with my timing screen, and the answer was, don't know. Still bugging a little bit, so I'm going to be finding a different thing to be booting that up here in a second. But honestly, maybe not a bad time for it to have happened here while everyone is pacing on this full course yellow. And these are the things as a driver, especially when you've already had a few up front, Brad, that you really just... I don't know, they might be a little more common with it, but I know there is definitely a lot of drivers in the field who are probably going to get a little agitated with the fact that we're back under the full course yellow, because you just start getting into that spot where it's like, I really feel like I'm getting comfortable in this stint with this set of tires, really starting to find a rhythm. And if you are making forward progress through the field, the last thing you want to do is have everyone get stacked back together and exponentially create the opportunity for not only potential trouble in the timing table as everyone's stacked back together, but also potentially on the racetrack and as everyone is now kind of back in the same area once again.
Yeah, I know. I mean, when we were looking at the track map even before that full course yellow came out, a lot of the drivers, I'd say outside of maybe 3 or 4 of the 55 here tonight, were all within the one half of the track. And we've seen cautions breed caution so far here in this race already, but going into almost 5.5 hours, you got to start thinking, is this going to be normal? When will the full course yellow stop? Because like you said, Alex, I mean, some of these drivers just aren't going to be appreciative of having the pace for a little bit of time here. I would much rather get into the flow, even if there's carnage happening around me, than have to pace at about 100 kilometers. I actually don't know exactly what speed is here under pacing, but nonetheless, these guys just have to deal with it. Some part of racing that a lot of drivers just, get used to after a while. And one thing to note, I was just looking through the field here, and the GT Pro class, I mean, pretty much everyone that started out, or at least is in the top 7 or so here, did not start anywhere near said mark unless you are the Sim City racing team that's currently sitting in second there with that is the Two Lemon Tree racing team. Oh, sorry, that's Sim City Racing. My apologies there. You can see right there on the timing table that there's a lot of teams that have pushed their way up to where they are now, but at the same time, really in the top 3 of all 4 classes, there's two teams that started up there. So it's a marathon, not a sprint for a lot of those teams that started up at the front. You still got time, but also at the same time, those long stints where we had I believe about 2 hours of green flag racing there, a lot of people could end up a lap down.
It looks like we're just about... Nope. I was about to say that we were going green, then I realized we were not quite yet. But up front, it is that group we've been seeing all night long in the world of sim racing, sorry. That 51 machine. Sitting up front. Yeah, poking around to the, I believe, the different class leaders here. There is your leader in LMP2 right now, Thiago Dias. for the Grow Racing team. That 14 machine currently up 7 spots, and Glass sitting pretty comfortable. Luis Diaz sitting top of GT Pro right now in that 151 for the World of Sim Racing. And Rhea Sagansi, who is leading here in GTM. And that team, a big movement so far, up 12 spots to currently be sitting here for Wastegate Racing. Some familiar names across classes here.
I believe if everything's telling me right here, oh, they're doing wave buys right now, so we have at least another lap of pacing here. But if you joined us before for any of the restarts, once they come out of the chicane here out of turn 11, they will that is when they have free reign to restart. So not this time by, next time by, we'll see that happen. But all that being said and done, you know, I think these drivers are also used to this at this point. So, you know, it's not probably a bad thing if, you know, you're getting used to this. It's better than going 8 hours and then have a full course yellow and no one knows what's happening anymore. But all that being said and done, you know, it's a change of pace. Everyone has to kind of calm down right now before it gets a little hectic here on restart.
Yeah, so everyone who needs that wave by going by, you see some of the GTMs here clearing the GTPs going into this backstretch chicane, getting this field sorted back out. And these are the moments as a driver where, you know, you may not have the opportunity to rest necessarily while you are behind the wheel, because there's always going to be a battle on track when you're trying to clear traffic, especially as these GTPs. So if you're Sanchez at the moment, really the opportunity to just take a second, breathe, and, you know, for better or for worse, get an opportunity to really think about what went right on that previous run before the full course yellow, what needs to get work done, opportunity to maybe, you know, adjust lines or braking points, or knowing where you do or don't want to be trying to make a move, getting an opportunity to know, you know, last time I tried going around this car, I had a good time, or the last time I tried passing someone, it was a bit of a pain. So the opportunities there to really sink all of that into memory, so it's only a muscle memory to worry about then when this goes green again. So you see the wave buys continuing here. Just about at the now 5.5 hour mark. Still in the opening quarter of this one, though. Very important to note. Some points are going to be awarded here when we hit that 6 o'clock hour, or not 6 o'clock hour, sorry, 6 hours in. So about 34 minutes from now. So this full course caution comes at a prime time for some of these folks to try to get in position for a little bit of that.
Not too many took the opportunity to go down pit road here at any point. And just looking throughout the standings here on our side, doesn't look like too many people went in for anything that, you know, on the lead lap and or anything that's not fatal to their car. So everyone keeping it out there, just keeping the same drivers. And right now, looking back up towards the front, again, we have the World of Sim Racing team trying to hold on to that lead against Wastegate Racing and V1M. And then you go back to your LMP2s, you got Diego Diaz in that Grow Racing team blue, trying to, you know, keep what he can right now in this restart, trying to hold it away from V1M in Twin Turns SRV by Debecca Bornheim. Those guys just, you know, trying to figure it out. And then we get back to our GT classes. Luis Diaz right now sitting up front, trying to hold off everyone else there. You can see that World of Sim Racing team Chevy Corvette pulling around and trying to, it looks like, catch up to the field right now, or at least stay in line. Then you get back here to the GTAM team. You got the 33 of Wastegate Racing, the Reha Saganchi, and that AMG trying to keep in front of everyone. I mean, obviously with this restart, everyone's back together that was on the same lap. So you got at least 5 or so cars, within the same, that are battling for position within the same classes coming to this restart. So it's going to be interesting. It's been a little bit since the last full course yellow, and we'll see if that breeds anything else.
Taking a look here at the 33. Leading this GT-AM group, Wastegate Racing. One of the tougher groups so far, one of the tougher classes to try to really get a sense of what is up and what is down, just because there has been so much battling amongst that class through each of the opening few hours here. So we are getting, I think next time by, we're going to be going green as the field has taken the wave bys, everyone getting back up the VSCA pacing speed. And as we're making our way here toward that start-finish line, I do believe it'll be the next time around they'll let them loose here once again at the World Center of Racing. These drivers, I'm sure, just anxious to be getting going once again. And actually, it looks like there'll be a pit stop from the lead here for that World of Sim Racing team. Alex Sanchez down in the 51. He is not alone as well. Several of the GTP cars. Looks like several more of the GTs as well. A little further on back, but here comes Sanchez into the box here. Clean stop for the 51. Jack is up. It'll be fresh tires, but no driver change, I believe, for the 51 machine.
That's going to give Jason Burney the lead, I believe, as things run through their course. Sanchez still getting service right now. I think Burney might be the only one on the lead lap for the GTPs to stay out. So you can see that Wastegate Racing machine still out on the track, willing to take it and keep going here for this green flag this time by. But, Alex, when it comes to racing here in Daytona, I know you've been there in real life. How is the atmosphere? I don't think you've been there for the 24 hours of Daytona, but like for the Daytona 500 or anything, any type of racing here in Daytona, how is it?
I mean, the atmosphere is great. I mean, they call it the World Center of Racing for a reason. Not only is it a fantastic facility, but it's also, the fans that come out for all those events, whether it is, stock car racing or sports car racing here, it is truly just a fantastic atmosphere. And the people who stick around for the Rolex 24, when you start getting into like where it is now, the dark of night, but it is still bright all around this racetrack with it being lit up, you'll still find a ton of fans in the stands. So a bunch of them are staying awake, and some of them have just decided, I'm going to take a nap here in the seats. I'll wake back up in a couple hours. And, it's one of those things where the fans are as dedicated, if not more, than the folks who are putting these cars together and going out and racing in this 24-hour endurance race, because they're at least fighting for the glory and the incentive of, and the fans are out there. They're spending the same amount of time trying to stay awake, following everything, and they're doing it for the love of sport and for the love of racing, and that is part of what makes this event in particular, I think, such a good time. It's such a fun atmosphere. Sweet.
Well, this time by, they're not going green this time by. We'll go next time by here. And, Alex, I've only been to Dover, Delaware, and been to Dover, that great racetrack. So, comparative to that, I think Daytona seems like a party and a good time nonetheless for the fans, for everyone involved. And while we have a second here, we're going to take a look at the VSCA Sports Car Championship schedule for this year. And you can see right now, today, we have the Daytona Road Course for 24 hours. But after this, we jump into Long Beach at the street circuit down there in Florida. Well, actually staying here in Florida nonetheless. And then we got Sebring International Raceway about 3 weeks after that. WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca in March 21st. A month after that, we go to VIR Virginia International Raceway. May 9th, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. And then we come back to Florida here at Homestead, Miami on May 30th for another 2-hour, 40-minute race. And then we get into our 6-hour races to close out the season of Watkins Glen and then Road America on August 15th.
Yeah, got some fun tracks coming up on the schedule. Long Beach, a classic. The 12 Hours of Sebring, much like this event, just another iconic event here in endurance racing, at least as far as tracks based in the U.S. Those are the big two, I would argue. So this field, I am sure they are just chomping at the bit right now to let these engines loose again. And that's the thing with these full course yellows. I mean, it is a full reset, physically and mentally, because you spend so much time just trying to get settled back in. So when this goes green, I'm sure they're all going to be ready to rock and roll. With all the pit stops you saw, particularly in GTP, it does put Jason Burney and that Wastegate Racing machine up at the top of both GTP and the overall field. One of the only cars in GTP who did not elect to come down pit road about 5 minutes ago. Now we'll be doing a second round of wave buys, I believe. Taking a couple of cars who I think pit, trying to get them cycled back to where they need to be in the field here. So might be going just a little bit longer. And these are the classes that are competing here today. 3 different types of car. The Grand Touring prototype is that one labeled in black on the left side of your screen. LMP2s are the one labeled in blue, and then GT3s will be making up the Grand Touring series, both the pro and the amateurs. The difference in those classifications simply with the composition of drivers and a little bit in the setups of, but you can see here kind of how they vary. And the big thing is, because of those variances, that's how you get class racing, which is incredibly fun. And you see, particularly, if you take a look at that power output, part of what makes these guys have such different closing speeds and why you see the GTPs and the LMP2s a number of laps ahead of the GT3s as this event will continue is partially due to these guys can get going a little bit more, but really it's their ability to maintain speed in the corners, Brad. That is really the big difference. So if this is anyone's first time watching endurance racing, those are some of the big differences between each of our classes here. And part of the reason that while there is an overall standings, there is also class-based standings, because if they were to all run these in one group with no split in classes, it would be hard-pressed for anyone not in a GTP to get up there for the top spot.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the overall standings outside of classes, I mean, yeah, that would end up with 5 cars on the lead lap. So that would be unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, you're looking at pacing around 4 seconds between those GTPs and LMP2s. And then when you get back to those GTs, you got about 10 seconds per lap on average. That's not negating any of the fastest laps or anything like that. That is just pure average lap time from all the teams, just in general. And all that being, said and done, like you said, Alex, if we didn't split it up, there would be cars that ran really well in those GT classes that would end up 50 laps down easily because of just the pure pace and everything like that through these endurance races. So, as we go through here, coming to about 5 hours and 37 minutes into the race here. Alex, I know you noted that 6-hour mark is very important, and with each passing pace lap, you get less and less time to maybe make some moves on this opening restart, and especially you want to start the season out right, get some good points, or just get yourself acclimated nonetheless to the field, and show people what you're made of. When you're switching out drivers and everything like that, this could be an important time for the rest of the season just to, make your mark and also at the same time get some points.
Yeah, 100%. And we are getting pretty close to just over about 20 laps or so. Or not 20 laps, apologies. About 20 minutes. A little different. If they're going at speed, it might be about 20 laps. But for right now, 20 minutes or so from that point. So race control continues to get this field sorted out, properly aligned, and ready to go here. Going through pacing speed. This is, of course, the VSCA Sports Car Championship, the Maconi Setup Shop, 24 Hours of Daytona. If you've been with us since the drop of the green flag earlier today, appreciate you sticking around as long as you have. And if you're just joining us, well, welcome in. We'll have a rotating cast of characters here in the Green Flag TV booth today. Currently, you've got myself, Alex Gagnon, Brad Daniels also in the booth, Dustin Ellis producing the show currently. It's been a fun one so far, but it really has been one of those events where when we've been green, we have seen some phenomenal action across the field, opportunities for I think just about every class to make a couple of different stops under green flag conditions. But we've also had some full course yellows, especially early, and we're just working off of one right now. This is going to be, I think we're up to quite a handful here in the opening 5 hours and change, but it's been a fantastic way to kick off the season.
As from our perspective and, the viewers' perspective as well, with these cautions, we might sound like auctioneers just trying to keep up with everything going on throughout the field, because with this, all the different classes trying to, trying to make up positions, it's just going to be a little bit hectic, as we saw in the restarts before. So you can see some drivers still getting past the front group of cars, coming through the chicane, going into turn 11 here. A great point of view here that we've seen a lot of incidents coming out of turn 11 as well tonight.
Yeah, really,
like
especially.
Someone's around. Wait, is that someone around?
Someone is pointed the wrong way here coming out of the chicane. Can't tell from this distance who that is, but there is someone who is pointed the wrong way back there. It might have been, I don't want to speculate until I know for sure, but I do think it was one of those cars up toward the front.
It looks like the Superstar Racing team of Thomas Spencer, the 17, finally able to get back around. It looks like he's getting going again. I don't exactly know what happened there to the 17. I'm surprised to see any action under this caution or this yellow flag, but here we are.
We had the full course yellow, but here's a replay of what happened. Cars taking the wave by.
Oh, wow.
Just got up on the curbing. Oh, man, it really lapped the wall there pretty hard with the left front. That is going to be some not insignificant damage. I mean, for better or for worse, Brad, those are the exact kind of things that, because they're so in your control, that's like the one thing you've got to avoid in a race this long. With a race this long, there's going to be stuff that happens that's out of your control. That is one of those things, taking a wave by under the full course yellow, that you simply have to try to avoid to keep yourself in contention. Thomas Spencer bringing that car down pit road, it sounds like. Superstar Racing team going to try to repair that car while we're still under the full course yellow, but an absolutely brutal break here under the full course yellow.
Yeah, and for Thomas, it was I mean, a very fresh car. I mean, they just came out of the pits with some fresh tires, so we're around 20 degrees Celsius, I believe, here tonight in Daytona. So it's, the tires were at nighttime. It's not going to be the easiest to warm them up, especially with the ruling 20 degrees atmosphere on the track. It's 21 degrees. So nonetheless, with the ruling of not allowing to swerve or anything like that to warm up the tires, it might be a little difficult for those drivers to, if they have to catch back up to the field. That can happen. It's not like it was completely his fault. There is some things that, in the rulings and everything like that, went against warming up the tires. And right now, that's unfortunately the detriment for the 17 team.
So it sounds like they have got that car back on the racetrack. Superstar Racing, new driver behind the wheel, though. Samuel Hoff going to take over in that 17 car in the GTM division. So we are continuing to make our way around here under this full course yellow. Came out on the racetrack about 20 minutes ago. Field getting re-sorted out. Had an opportunity for everyone to come down pit road. And everyone maintaining that 120, 130-ish kilometer pace speed here. So race control, once they had that third round of wave buys go through, is getting everyone to get back into line, back up the pacing speed. Still have a majority of the field out on the racetrack so far, through about just coming up toward the 6 hour mark here. I want to say of that grouping, the vast majority of at least over 45 or so, I believe, are still on the racetrack. So, can't win it if you're not still on the racetrack. You cannot win this thing in 5.5 hours, but you can certainly lose it in 5.5 hours. Most folks, though, at least keeping themselves in contention, especially now with the sun down. You never know what the night will bring. At least weather-wise, they know it should be relatively good. No real chance of rain. There's a slight chance of rain deeper on into the evening, but it is unlikely. I think it topped out at about a 10% chance. It is going to be overcast, though, basically all the way until the sun comes back in the session here. So that is also not going to help as far as track temp is concerned. Not that it's overly chilly at the moment, but no chance of that going up, both from the sun being down and from the fact that it never really got warm in the first place with how overcast it was at the drop of the green flag this morning.
It's definitely not going to help anyone that, we've been on this full course yellow for a long time now for these drivers. They're definitely out of sync, but especially for the tire temps, you're not if they're new tires or old tires, regardless, they're not going to be where they were about 20 minutes ago, if I remember correctly. Just trying to get back into that funk is going to probably be the greatest disadvantage for a lot of these drivers. And you can see just also trying to just get back in line as all these things are getting sorted out are also proven to be a little bit of a disadvantage to everyone here. But we're seeing if this time by we're going to go green.
There is a look at your current race leader as the Wastegate Racing Machine, currently piloted by Jason Burney. Alex Martinez Sanchez currently sitting in that second spot. World of Sim Racing has led a number of laps here this evening. After the pit stop, though, currently sitting in second. Philip Blouth running in that third spot in the 96 Albrecht Motorsports. Currently runs in that third spot. Andre Dias running in fourth for BMW M Team Delta. That is just at least up front in that GTP group. Curious to see what the 32 is going to be able to do here with the track position. Most of when we jumped into the broadcast booth here, Brad, for the start of our respective stint, Bernie was sitting about 14 seconds or so back of Sanchez, and was until that full course yellow. Now he's going to have some track position. Curious to see if he's able to utilize that to put some distance between him and that World of Sim Racing entry, or if we're going to get ourselves a real scrap here on the opening couple of laps once this goes green again.
Yeah, I think everyone has to get used to defending a little bit here from more than just maybe one driver. I don't think there was too many battles where we had more than 3 cars involved, but all that being said and done, everyone, all the positions are up to grab right now. We have, I believe 2 cars were able to jump back on the lead lap in the GTP class, and then pretty much everyone in the LMP2 class, outside of a select two, I believe it's two cars. So there's 10 of these LMP2. Oh, 8 of the LMP2s are on the lead lap, and then when you get back to the GT classes, there is it's few and far in between. Mostly everyone's on the lead lap, but a couple of the cars where we've seen some incidents here tonight have caused them to just try and get back to where they were. And not all of these drivers are out of the running, especially when you consider these full course yellows. If it keeps going like this, these wave rounds are going to help. It's going to trump anything they could do outside of keeping their pace up and just hoping for the best. So we'll see how everyone tries to defend the lead here of their respective classes as they come through turn 4, the horseshoe.
Want to take a second and remind you all that this is the Maconi Setup Shop 24 Hours of Daytona. And when you want the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need: Maconi. With Maconi Setup Shop, they now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, and event organization. With cars across all 4 licensed classes, they have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription starting at only $8 a month and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions. And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, they're their setups, but your victories. And here we go. Looks like we have finally got the word from Race Control that this thing is about to be going once again. So make their way toward that backstretch chicane. When they clear it, that's when they're going to let them loose from the sounds of things.
If Jason Burney and the Ferrari can hold off the 2 Cadillacs behind them and see if anything else unfolds here as they come through turns 9, 10, and 11. Not to gas it up too early, and we are back to green flag racing as Jason Burney leads the field through turns 12 here.
Getting back up to speed up at the front of the field, the GTP cars letting it loose to the line. It looks like the 420 machine has spun. That's Track Limit Sim Racing Thunderbolt. And that is the leader who just coming down there. That was Wastegate Racing. Jason Burney brought it down pit road the moment they got rolling again. So it will be World of Sim Racing. Alex Martinez Sanchez back up front. Just like that. That was Andre Vitor Diaz behind him, who made the move for second, jumped Philip Louth in that Cadillac on the restart. As things are getting dicey back here in the GTs. Everyone trying to squeeze it in there to turn 1. They barely got that one sorted as they're up to speed now.
Looks like there's maybe a prototype in there just trying to, also dig in. But right now, these GTs are going... no one's side by side yet. No one's diving it in there. Everyone's kind of keeping it easy right now. I believe this is Sam Spinall at the front of this GT Pro group, leading everyone through as all the other prototypes are further up ahead through the chicane.
Take a look here as they get on to that exterior oval. Trying to get the throttle down. Here, this is GT Pros getting up here through what would be NASCAR Oval 1 and 2. Going down this back straightaway. This is going to get interesting if they stay side by side going to the chicane. Single files it back out as they're going to drive it on in here in this battle for a top 3 spot in GT Pro.
And overall lead battle, we are jumping up here to the battle between Sanchez and Diaz. Those 2 train blows going through 1 and 2, 3 into turns 4. It looks like the 51 is going to be able to easily take that lead away now, as he's going to try and take anything he can, take that Cadillac and keep on moving. Oh, a crash to 23. It looks like oh my gosh, more people.
That was twin turn SRV by Rebecca Bornheim, that entry. Looks like SRS got caught up in it as well. Big ramifications here in LMP2 coming off of that one. The Monarch Racing team, heavy front end damage there, and that's how it started. The 99 from Monarch Racing, they got tangled up there with the 23 into turn 1. And now multiple LMP2 cars caught up in that one, and yeah, 22 also had nowhere to go. Man, oh man, what a bad break there for both of the twin turn SR teams. Vrayton and Valsinos, both of them getting caught up there. Same with the Monarch Racing team, who that 99 has had a tough past, say, hour or so. We've seen them a couple of times with some issues. But that is, while that has happened, looks like Sanchez was able to open up just a little bit of a gap up in that overall battle, as all these LMP2s that don't have significant damage back up the speed. You see no headlights there for the Monarch Racing entry, I believe. That's just behind him. That is going to make traversing this track pretty difficult, especially with the fact that there is no downforce. And the yellow is back out here. Sounds like another full course yellow.
I think that's the 750. Is it the 750? 757 stopped in the infield, and I believe it was the full course yellow. I think it was the fourth one where we had a car stopped on the infield, and it pretty much caused the same deal. You aren't in a tow-away zone in that area, so it caused the full course yellow, and we are back under yellow yet again. And Alex, this is going to take us to that 18-hour mark left to go, aka, or that 6 hours in. We're going to take a look back with the 757 team. I believe they were in that earlier incident in turns 1, and I guess just put it in the infield to park it. The steering is screwed up from what we're hearing from that incident. I think the tow-away zone is right back behind there, close to that gate and where the Rolex signs are. So might have not been able to turn left enough to get into that area, and ultimately parking it on the inside, or that infield zone, is going to cause a full course yellow called by the stewards here. So everyone going to get back packed up again for another maybe incident-free restart. We'll see.
Yeah, that being said, this should be a shorter full course yellow than the previous one. Stewards are saying that since we were just coming off of one, most folks probably not trying to come down pit road with how short of a run that was, so won't be too long before they get rocking and rolling here again in Daytona. Tell you what, though, we didn't have a chance to really dive into it with how short it was before the full course yellow came back out, but we got ourselves a great little battle for a second there at the top of the GTPs. The World of Sim Racing team, and then Albrecht Motorsports and BMW M Team Delta, all three of them were within the second, and it was that 12 machine, the BMW M Team, that really for a second was putting the pressure to the World of Sim Racing entry. They were side by side for a moment, and then just as things had settled back out, it was a very small gap between the two, and then that full course yellow gonna kind of freeze things a little bit.
Another thing to note, couple cars ending up with some black flags. I believe one of them for Blocco Motor got served under caution here. The Monarch Racing team that we talked about before and Twin Turn SRS team ended up having to come down and serve their penalty, or still have a black flag actually. The 22 that we're looking at right now of Rares Freitan has to come down pit road at some point here to serve his black flag.
For the folks at home, hope you're having a good time. This has been the past, say, hour or so of this race, going from about hour mark 5 to hour mark 6. This will be the second full course yellow, though I think we've had, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we've had 7 or 8 to this point now, bro. I mean, this has been a very choppy sort of start and stop opening quarter to this 24 hours. And I think that is definitely not only going to be messing with the psyche of the drivers a little bit, but also might be messing with the strategies a little bit, because there really hasn't been a huge window for these strategies to kind of unfold and start playing out. Because anytime someone starts getting a longer stint, we've only had a couple that have really gone longer than, say, like an hour, hour and a half. It makes it tough to really plan when you have a suspicion that the next full course yellow could be looming right around the corner.
Yeah, and props to the engineers and the strategists who are actively just trying to make this work with all these full course yellows. As it looks like we're coming through the chicane here. Still under yellow, but we will be going, I believe, next time by here to the fun a little more pacing, I guess, never hurt anybody, right, Alex?
Well, we could say that, but we did see a car around on that last full course yellow, so it is typically, I guess you could say typically it doesn't hurt anybody. But the odds are low, but never zero, so it would seem. But yeah, so this field already pretty put together. I can't imagine this is going to be too many laps here. They're going to let this thing run on this shorter full course yellow. So I was one short. I thought it was the 8th. Producer Justin Hulse just let me know this is actually our 9th of the opening 6 hours here. So even more kind of an emphasis on just how start and stop this opening bit has been, Brad. And I know you were saying earlier, right, you don't have a ton of background with endurance racing particularly, but you do have a lot of experience with races that have, a set time, set distance, that are getting really broken up with a string of cautions. And as a driver, what does that do for you behind the wheel, knowing that you're spending so much time just kind of in idle before you really can actually let loose? I got to imagine that's got to be a bit taxing for the drivers in the field here.
Oh yeah, I mean, mentally, it kind of feels like you need to be waking yourself up, because I know that the league has been very adamant about having human spotters here. So I know the VSCA, I think a lot of these drivers just want to all have human spotters, and a lot of the time you might talk to your spotters just to keep yourself into it, talking strategy, or just, talking about football, talking about, anything really in general, just to keep yourself in the loop, keep yourself awake and attentive, especially with these endurance races. I could believe that even more. But at the same time, you got to get into a groove, and you're going to forget braking zones sometimes. I think, especially on these restarts, people are going to be very hesitant, conservative on the brakes and also on the throttle to just try and get themselves going, especially with colder tires. Still, we didn't have any green flag racing, so these drivers, a lot of those fresh tires still haven't got warmed up to temps that they would, try to be pushing a lot on. So we'll see how these drivers are just going to accustom to that. And, some drivers might be just purely determined that they, a lot of these drivers know what cold tires are going to be doing comparative to the warmer tires. They've been in this situation before. And to them, I think, this restart is going to be a lot more experienced than it might just be like intuition or anything like that. There might be more experience with the VSCA or any endurance racing at all, just to kind of get back into the flow of things and try and start off this now under 18 hours to go in this race. Try to keep it going, try to get it going, and stay maybe in the lead if you're anyone like the 51 or 11, the 57 team, or the 747 team down there in the GTAM class.
Well, joining us now in the booth for a little bit here, one of the drivers for that number 32 Wastegate Racing entry, currently in the mix here up front in that GTP group, joined now by Selena Ward from Miami, Florida. Selena, welcome to the Green Flag TV booth, and we're just past the opening quarter of this one. How has it been out there? How's the energy for you and for the team?
It's been pretty good, I think. Unfortunate on this last restart, Jason actually had some technical issues. Opted to not push our limits with him having only like 15 FPS or something like that. So we made the quick switch, put Kyle in the car, and lost a little bit of track position. But unfortunately or fortunately, another FCY. You guys have been doing such a great job on the broadcast since I've gotten out of the car and been watching. So I didn't want to have to, you know, leave you guys hanging for another however long this ends up being.
Hopefully this one should be a little bit shorter than the previous one. That being said, it has been, to your point, it has been a race where we have seen quite a few of these full course yellows in the opening 6 hours or so. And I was just talking with Brad a minute ago about like what that does to, you know, when you're behind the wheel, how you kind of stay in focused and in tune with what's going on. But I think you'd be a significantly better the person to ask as someone who's just recently got out of the race car. So, how do you, in situations where we have these full course yellows, how do you stay like focused and dialed in on what you need to do when, especially on some of these longer ones where you're taking 15, 20 minutes off the clock kind of at pacing speed?
Honestly, this is gonna sound like a silly answer, but I've been in that position before where you're under these FCYs and you're doing the wave by or whatever, and you make a little mistake under caution and you wreck yourself. And ever since that happens, you never do it again. So it's
one of those mistakes. It only takes one to learn to learn on that.
It definitely will throw you out of the rhythm, being slow. But for me personally, I mean, obviously, I don't want to do something silly, and not to say that it's, these things happen. I know in the last caution, somebody maybe caught the little curb on the exit of the bus stop, which is just a pain point in any of these cars. You really have to be super precise to not hit that, and it can happen to anybody. But I think the big thing for me is I did a cent and a half before I had my first caution, shortly after Nick had 2 hours worth of cautions. And it just throws you out of the rhythm. And, so then you start overthinking things and make a tiny mistake here or there. But ultimately, I think that, the way that they do these FCYs, it seems a lot more, economically friendly to the time, as it has been in the past. So I know that it keeps happening, and obviously it feels like it's a long time. But I think the process we have now is better than anything that we've had before.
And that process, you were mentioning, maybe for the better, maybe not so much, but kind of caught it at a maybe a good time just after the technical issues you were mentioning there for Jason Burney. Kyle now behind the wheel of that entry, of your entry. And I guess one of my other questions that I have right off the top of my head is, with this being the season opener and also, one of the longest races on the calendar, how much kind of prep goes in the off season to get ready for an event of this magnitude to kick off the year?
It's been a little bit more for us this year than usual. We ran the Cadillac last year, but then we opted to do the Ferrari this time around. So, Nicholas Pedersen is our bullet in the chamber, and so I know that he did a lot of testing to make sure that he was happy with the switch and that we could get him what he wanted. And then, obviously the rest of us want to make sure that we're on par. So I drove way more than I usually do. I'm like one of those people that never does official races. So sometimes I probably, that's to my detriment. But VSCA was kind enough. They did a little test in December. Part of that was obviously to make sure that we had these race start procedures down, which is already outdated since the tire weaving thing is gone. But it was 12 hours worth of a test just to get better with the car. And I think that the biggest issue for us was learning the Ferrari's braking, which is vastly different than anything else. And then I think that the update this week caused a little bit more testing for us to make sure that our setups weren't changed too vastly. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, I've never won one of these 24 hours. I don't know if you guys remember a couple of years ago when you did our broadcasts, that my own teammate passed me with like 2 minutes to go. So
very much the ending of the, what was it, the 67 Le Mans race, the one they put in Ford versus Ferrari,
Yeah. Yeah, 2024. I think I led the last like 30 minutes, and then Nick passed me with 2 minutes to go. So I was like, well, I guess I'll just join you guys. So I really want to win one of these. So I definitely put an effort into a 24-hour race than I would, a single season race.
Well, I guess while we have a sec, I'm going to see if we have an opportunity to ask you another question or two. One thing I'd love to know from your perspective, if this is something you can share. If not, I totally understand. But, obviously your team driving the Ferrari here. We've seen a couple of the Cadillacs look fast up at the front here, battling with y'all as well. What is some of the differences that you have found between, what your car's doing well versus some of the Cadillacs we've seen also battling in that front pack? Is there a major difference in the way those two cars operate, or is it simply there's some slight changes of driver preference here or there?
I think it's probably just more to do with driver preference. I know that just within our car, Nick and I brake a little bit differently, and I'm sure Kyle and Jason do it even more different than us. But in terms of manufacturers, I don't think that it's too wildly different. I think the BOP certainly helps us. I think that our car was actually a little bit worse for wear without the BOP, so glad to be able to do this. I mean, in years past, particularly with the Acura, you could always see the drive-off that they had compared to what we had in the Cadillac. But I don't think many people are using that this year. I know that a couple of our Acura teams aren't in the league anymore. But I think the biggest difference, especially with the 51 car, they won the championship last year. Those guys are just fast. So I think that it's probably just a little bit of how people approach and how aggressive they are with the small things in the setup that maybe are the big changes. I'm not really the person who makes the setup, so Kyle would be a good person to elaborate on that. But in terms of driving style, I try to opt for more of a conservative approach to not make mistakes, and I think some of these other people are a little bit more trustworthy of their own hand-eye, and they just go for it. Particularly the 51, like I mentioned, those guys are always fast.
Yeah, I mean, they've been fast. Y'all have been really fast. I mean, you were relatively speaking right up in the mix there when Brad and I started our stint up here in the Green Flag TV booth today. We've been watching you guys battle it out here in the opening few hours. I don't want to monopolize all your time. I don't know if you've got other stuff you need to be attending to when you're out of the car, but you're more than welcome to continue to hang here. I could ask you 80 more questions depending on the time frame that you've got while we're still here trying to get back up to speed.
I'm good. I mean, the person in our car is an admin. I think he could figure out the caution procedure.
Alrighty. Well, I guess actually before I ask any more questions, I've got a laundry list. Brad, do you have any that you want to ask here? I feel like I've been rambling on here a little bit.
No, it's all good. I guess, yeah, I mean, the only thing I've been thinking about when, watching this race, I watched a couple hours before me and Alex jumped in the booth here. And, with all these cautions and everything going on behind the scenes there with, I should say, with how you guys planned and, strategized this race, along with, like, tire temps and everything like that, has anything gone disastrously against the grain, like what you expected tonight to be? Or are you guys just, like, pretty much keeping yourselves on the line of, just going with the flow and able to keep going? Because, with experience, I feel like you guys should be able to keep going and not have to worry about these types of full course yellows or anything like that. But just wanted to see if there was anything like that.
No, I mean, the new, I guess they made changes to how the cautions come out this year as opposed to whatever process they did in the past. And I think the roar sort of was that more like, oh gosh, it's going to be like this, compared to today. Today it almost is expected that there's just going to be issues because obviously it matters. But I think, like, for me, the biggest thing is, with all these different restarts, you almost have to stay with inside your head because it's so easy in the GTP to overdrive on cold tires, on fresh tires. And, to just sort of have that repetition of having to do it 5 or 6 times because of how many cautions we've had, it certainly gives you a little bit more experience in making sure that you're not making a tiny little mistake that'll ruin your afternoon.
All right, well, we are rocking and rolling once again. Selena, thank you so much for joining us up here in the booth. Really appreciate it. And while you're here, one last thing. If there's anyone y'all would like to shout out here before we get back to the race at hand, feel free. Now is the time. Let the folks at home know. But either way, can't thank you enough for joining us up here in the Green Flag TV booth.
No, we're so happy to have you guys back. Thank you guys. Thanks Kyle and Ben for everything that they do. I'm sure there's a ton of other people who, obviously some of these new guys who are helping out with the FCYs. So just best of luck to the rest of everybody, but hopefully they all come after us.
Alrighty, thank you so much. And that was Selena Ward, one of the drivers here for that number 32 Wastegate Racing entry here in the GTP class. We are back racing here just past the 6-hour mark and taking a look here at the replay, some contact in GTM and spinning down. That was the 912 machine who is now pointing the wrong way. Team Frida Sport here trying to get that car going again. Back up the speed.
And sounds like Team 12 had a driver disconnected.
Sounds like it, yeah.
Very interesting.
That was the BMW M team. It was Andre Dias, who was in the top 3 before that. And that is a really tough break. Looks like they're reconnected, but that is gonna really put them in a hole here in the early going. We'll take a look here. This is that battle in GT Pro for the class lead. Sam Spinell in the 57's got it. Manuel Mayer trying to take it away in that 44. The Porsche going to take a peek to the inside here in turn 1, trying to find a way by. Going to settle back into the tire tracks through 2 and 3. They'll make their way back down to turn 4. The International Horseshoe going to drive it in deep as more battle in here. The leaders for GTM trying to slide on through. Oh, he's tangled. He got caught up by one of the GT Pro cars. Spinning now. Is that 75? Oh, man. Richard Bell
goes around, and that is SRN TFR Alliance got thrown around. I think there was some incident ahead that caused everyone to gaggle up. It looks like there was a bunch of 3-wide racing. Oh, someone actually got spun almost before that, and that caused this whole group in just a closing window. Got the 75 just thrown around into the infield. Luckily, nothing to hit in there at that point, but unfortunate for the class leader gets thrown back. Jason Keddy, I believe, gets put back into the class lead down there, but Matthew Elva is right there trying to take it away. And everywhere you look right now, it looks like the LMP2s, the leaders, might be having a battle here. They're side-by-side coming through turn 8 right now. Actually going to the front stretch, apologies there. Coming to the tri-oval side-by-side. Looks like they stalemate, hit the air wall right now, but nose-to-nose coming across the stripe. Can't tell you who was leading that lap. Pretty much trading that back as you see Rico Kallmeyer pushing it and going right into the inside there, able to securely take that first place position away from Diego Diaz. And Francisco Silva still in the picture right there. These three have a big gap back to everyone else in the LMP2 classes, as it looks like maybe the GM or GT Pro class, I didn't know if something happened there, but it doesn't look like it.
Fantastic pass a second ago for that V1M entry. Rico Kohlmeyer now in the lead of LMP2, but a big dive to the inside. Tiago Diaz trying to get to the inside there. Maybe he's going to make it work. Has a nose ahead as they're going to go to the last corner here in the infield section. He'll close off that opportunity. He'll take the lead back. Fantastic battling back and forth right now for the class lead in LMP2 between V1M and Grow Racing Blue. The two of them have been going back and forth here on this lap. And right now the 14's got it. Kohlmeyer going to sink back in, going to try to find his way back up there.
Amazing racing by these two right now. And Francisco Silva sitting back there just seeing what may happen next. These two still connected pretty much within about 4/10 of each other. And the closest lead or battle for the lead right now, the GTPs are somewhat near each other, but these guys, this little 3-car battle is where a lot of the action is happening, at least for position.
Yeah, everyone.
Sorry, I was just going to say, Philip Bluth, I believe, jumped up to that second place position along with, it looks like Martin Marconi was able to get into third there. That VSR machine and the Porsche trying to stay ahead of the two Ferraris behind from V1M and Wastegate. We, talked to Selena right before there. Kyle's in the driver's seat right now. He's trying to just get back up and try to maybe get into a podium position. But right now, you got, a lot of guys out here we got through the craziness of the full course yellow, but not everyone's in these little packs or anything right now. They're riding on board with the V1M machine of Mario Cappellucci.
Yeah, Cappellucci trying to track down the back bumper of Marconi as they make their way down to the bus stop. Over 300 kilometers before they had to get on the brakes and cut that speed in half. So they'll get back up going here. Top four currently 2 seconds separating. 2 Cadillacs, 2 Lamborghinis then just behind them. Oh, sorry, I think that might be Porsche. Actually, I completely misread that. That is my bad. But doesn't change the fact that coming across the start-finish line, Cappellucci starting to reel them in a little bit as they make their way down the one. Probably chopped off distance of about a car length and a half through that front stretch in the one, now through turns 2 and 3. And they're hitting just a little bit of traffic here, which is going to wad up this group a little bit to the inside maybe of that Monarch Racing team, the LMP2, with some heavy front-end damage from earlier. They're all going to get on by, but second, third, and fourth right now, Brad, you could throw them under a blanket right now for GTP.
Yeah, that Monarch machine is... The other thing to note, like, that Monarch machine, I think has just been dealing with that front-end damage for... well, there's been 2 full-course yellows to really, you know, let that stay out there, but, you know, just dealing with that front-end damage must be a lot on the Monarch Racing machine. So... nonetheless, like you said, Alex, these guys not willing to get away from each other from the scenes of it, just want to stay together.
Yeah, some good battle in there, some good stuff as we'll take a jump here toward pit lane. Or not so pit lane, that's turn 1. I thought they were turning into the pits, but this is the battle for second here in GT Pro SimCity Racing. Naviquar's Pulsar. This is a fantastic battle they've got going on right now. Epic Vans Pulsar trying to track down that 71. They're both trying to track down Manuel Mayer, who's got just a little bit of a gap, about a second right now, clear in that division. I'm sure these drivers relishing the fact that these tires probably at this point back up the temp and really starting to be able to tick some laps away here. There's some more action there, trying to make a move there. I believe that was Cappellucci, who's trying to get to the back bumper of Blouth.
Now it's getting all stacked up. We said they were joining into this GT class, and that's caused these 3 to just be right on each other's bumpers. You can see they're flying right by the GT class there. And, you know, if you're Philip Bluth in that Albrecht Motorsports machine, you're just trying to hold off and see what happens in that Cadillac. You're 4 seconds behind the 51 team already, but for right now, it looks like these guys just have the more traffic difficulties than actually passing each other difficulty to deal with. So these guys just getting through. It looks like there's some clear pathing ahead, so maybe they'll be able to use this tow down the backstretch here at Daytona and all the way through the tri-oval once they get through the chicane to get back to each other, especially if you're looking for this battle for second. These 2 are about to be right up against each other.
Yeah, driving into the bus stop here, really stuck it in deep was the 10. Trying to get up to the back bumper, going to have a real opportunity here. They stayed pretty close through the bus stop. Opportunity to try to draft a little bit through the end of the bank to turn down this front straightaway. See if he's able to reel him in, though. You see that gap coming down by about 1/10 a second every time it updates. Now looking to the outside as they'll make their dive into turn 1. The V1M machine to the outside, side by side, not quite able to make the pass because they caught traffic right as they were trying to make that move. But they are all stacked up on top of each other. You can see the third car in that mix there as well. I mean, the gap between them basically non-existent right now.
And Cappellucci was trying to make that outside work, but like you said, you can see his headlights flicking. He is throwing those headlights out there, telling everyone, get out of his way. He's trying to make sure he gets the second spot position from Philip Blouth. But right now, you know, still all this traffic to get through. They're almost through the thick of it, but I see a lot more up ahead. But right now, sorry to tune off of this, but it looks like Carson Allen and Manuel Mayer might be getting into it almost here. Carson cut down the lead for the GT Pro class to about 4/10. You know, those 2 are battling out just as close as these 2. It's kind of hard to say which one is more entertaining right now.
And hey, this is the beauty of now that they've had an opportunity to get a couple laps under their belt. We're seeing some fantastic battles across the racetrack here as into the bus stop these GTPs go. We have not been able to take our eyes away from this. Some stellar action here. This is for second in the class. Albrecht Motorsports trying to hold on. Blouth now to the bottom of the racetrack. V1M going to go with him. Now working up high to clear one of the GT3s. And here we go. That may have just opened the door for Cappellucci to take a look to the outside here. As they go across the line, they've got that spot for now. Going to squeeze it in just past one of the GT3s and make that pass in the 1 and the 10 car. V1M, their entry, driven currently by Mario Cappellucci. He's up to second. Blouth drops to third, and he's still a second clear, though, of Marconi. So this battle may have just temporarily settled in for now. That 10 car seems to have really come to life here since that full course yellow.
Yeah, that Cappellucci has done a great job to now put that Ferrari inside of a Cadillac sandwich in that podium position. But as we were watching that amazing battle, Carson Allen made his way around Manuel Mayer, and right now he's just trying to pull away with it. He's almost got that to a half second, but that toe coming through turn 8 is going to help Manuel keep in tow. But, these two are driving the same exact car, driving those Porsches, and, trying to just do anything. Oh, we have somebody spun around.
There is a yard sale of cars right at the exit of the infield section. There was about 4 or 5 cars who were stopped a second ago. This is the BMW M team, currently driven by Douglas Souza, trying to get going. There's another car who's still stopped here, just at the outside of that corner. It's the other BMW MT entry. This one, Chris Geddes in the 3 for GTM. So we're going to take a look at that in just a moment here, but there was a lot of cars who were nearly caught up in that one or had to get on the brakes in a big way. And it all started up there, a little bit of contact as things got stacked up. Everyone just trying to find a way through. Easier said than done as 4 cars were parked on the racetrack.
Yeah, where do you go? That's even the harder question for all those drivers that weren't directly involved in that. Where do you go in that little section? Because it might seem a little wide. You might be able to get 3 wide if you want there, but functionally, no, that's not going to work. And also, just trying to find the hole to get through is just going to be crazy while all those guys are just spun around trying to make things work. But it looks like everyone came out at least enough to keep on going, not needing to get a tow or anything or cause another full course yellow. So we're going to keep on going here and see if the BMW M team is going to be able to rebound after that little spin there. We're going to jump back up here with the 03.
Taking a look here, Philip Blouth got passed for second a couple laps ago. Now going to maybe fall back to 4th. He's taking a look to the outside. It is the Wastegate Racing entry, who's a little off cycle from the rest of these GTP cars. Came down at the end of a full course yellow a little while ago versus the start of it. But now they're back up to 3rd. That 32 is really cooking back up into a podium spot. 2 Ferraris now occupying those top 3 spots. However, everyone is chasing, and might I add, to a degree unsuccessfully right now, that World of Sim Racing team, that number 51. Reigning champs looking really strong out the gate here. They've opened up that gap to 5.5 seconds over V1M. But there's been a lot of battling here, Brad, from about 2nd on through 5th in GTP since the restart, and that might be part of what has let the 51 really start to sail away, as he has not had to battle nearly as intensely, I think, with some of these guys 2nd through 5th.
Yeah, it's definitely something you love to see whenever you're trying to stay ahead of really anyone. If they're in the battle behind you, don't worry about it and try to keep putting down those solid laps. And the 51 team, they're definitely not going to be ones to take anything from that. As in, they're going to try and push through and keep it going. And right now, 6 seconds is the lead for the 51 team.
Starting to see that gap here. Looking at this battle for 5th right now in GT Pro. Rusty Spatulas and the 112 trying to hold off that 84 car who's starting to find some headway. They'll be making their way down to the bus stop here. And this is a potential opportunity, especially while they're trying to navigate some of those LMP2s and GTPs going by. Might stack them up just a little bit here. But so far, it looks like that 112 in firm control of that 5th spot. And a Hakkinen currently sitting pretty in that 5th spot in class.
You know, looking through all the different nationalities here, currently in the driver's seat for, you know, throughout this grid, a lot of these drivers are not in the Americas, you know, throughout Europe or, you know, Asia maybe. And right now, you know, it's dead night, if not getting to about the midnight zone. So a lot of these drivers starting to end that graveyard shift, trying to, you know, push through the hard part of it. As we have this, I didn't know we had this graphic, but there you go. You can see that we have, you know, a lot of drivers. You can see a lot of them in the Americas, Canada, and, you know, Brazil. But a lot of these drivers from the United Kingdom, you got Spain there, a lot of from Germany. And nonetheless, all of these guys are currently getting into their overnight shifts or graveyard shifts. So it might be a little tenuous on the mind for some of those drivers if they've been in there for a while. But also that could lead to some driver changes happening maybe sooner than later. And, you know, get those people that prefer to drive that graveyard shift comparative to those others. And eventually in about 6 to 8 hours, we're going to have the drivers that are in the Americas get to that point as well. But for right now, this would be where the North and South American drivers will be trying to benefit from that overnight shift and see what happens. I don't think there's too much happening on the track here, Alex, right now. I think the GT Pro class is pretty tight-knit, though, right now.
Yeah, there's been a good bit of stuff, and this is, I mean, they finally had an opportunity to actually put a few laps down here, so this is where drivers are finally starting to come back to that that flow state, hopefully, you know, get comfortable behind the wheel, start setting in and just hitting their marks, hitting their break points with some consistency. If you're in the GTP or LMP2, starting to work your way through traffic. As we look here, GT Pro, I mean, this gap has not really separated. Carson Allen cleared Manuel Mayer a few laps ago and really hasn't gotten away from the 44. In fact, honestly, Mayer right back onto the attack here. He might have something for him into the horseshoes. They're trying to make this happen. Less than a car length, the gap here is they're going to make their way down the turn 5.
See that McLaren also sitting in the trenches right now, just waiting and maybe trying to catch up while these two battle it out. I mean, yeah, since they haven't really gotten away from each other, I feel like Carson Allen is going to have, you know, feeling that pressure, probably got used to it at this point once he got into the swing of things. So these three drivers under a blanket, like you said earlier, Alex, is it looks like the LMP2s actually had to switch for the class lead. Renee Thalicinos is able to get that lead away from Thiago Diaz.
And taking a look there, that 23, we saw that entry earlier, the twin turn SR, they got caught up in an incident in turn 1. Both of the twin turn SR vehicles in LMP2 got caught up maybe 45 minutes to an hour or so ago. So a big rebound here for that 23 car to get back into the mix. Here's a look at the pass that made it happen. Got by in turn 1. And has started opening up that gap. They look mighty fast at the moment. I mean, they just immediately, it's already 3/4 of a second, and they're not even half a lap in since the pass.
And just, do my eyes see me, or is third place back by a minute? Those two battling out for the class lead right there. Maybe some pit stops happening potentially for those drivers. The 71 actually just pitted here. So that SimCity racing machine going to fall down the standings here to try and service the vehicle. Maybe a potential driver change. We'll monitor that. But for right now, got some others coming down pit road. It's a 747. And I believe he said the 545 coming down pit road here. The 75. There he is. Right in front of us in that AMG, that Mercedes. Getting service there. Doesn't look like a driver change, at least at first, but right now it looks like everyone's gonna get started on their pit cycles now, and After all those full course yellows, Alex, it might be time for driver changes and everything in between.
Certainly some consideration to it, I'm sure, especially the next time we see some of these GTPs come on down. We might see some driver changes for anyone who may have tried double shifting before those couple of full course yellows. Curious to see what, especially the World of Sim Racing team, I'm curious to see what they'll be thinking here. As I know Sanchez has been in there for a minute, as we see him going almost a little off-roading to make this pass here on one of the GTM cars. A lot of speed, didn't really have a place to take it, and said, all right, gonna forge my own path here real quick. And that's part of the reason why this car has been so fast. Nothing phases Sanchez at the moment, and that's how he's got this 4.5-second advantage as he continues just to run some pretty solid lap times. And we come back here to this battle in GT Pro, and we saw Mayer get clear a little while ago. He took the lead back, and now under pressure, Linscomb Hatfield, that 68 machine, right there on the back bumper. Similar battle to where we saw him a couple laps ago. It's about a car length going in the 5.
You can also see with this gearbox, you can see how quickly these drivers are shifting down through the gears to make some of these corners, and even, if they're sending it a little further, a little deeper than maybe they'd be doing earlier, on this tire stint where the tires are now hot and maybe losing their grip now since this green flag stint started. I'm kind of losing the conception at times whenever cautions get thrown into the play. But nonetheless, it's all these drivers just trying to do what they can. And the 2-Telemetry Racing machine is just going to try and do what he can. I think there's some pace there's some things going on here. The 55 GTP is getting sent around here. Into the outside wall. Christopher Daniel head on into that outside wall for Pack Sim Sports. I mean, we have so far this race, I feel like that's the 5th time I've seen a driver go head on into that outside wall.
I mean, that was a thing that we had talked about at the last full course yellow with Selena Ward, who was driving one of these GTP cars for Wastegate. She mentioned that when you hit the curbing there, or they mentioned when they hit the curbing there, the car gets unsettled so easily. We've seen it happen a couple times, both under pacing speed and at full speed. And that one, definitely a tough hit for Christopher Daniel in that Pack Sim Sport machine. You see a nice little move there going in the 1 in GT Pro. That's for the 6th position. Louis Cunha takes that spot away as they'll move up to just outside the top 5 of their class. A couple of these GT Pro cars actually all stacked on top of each other here, 6th, 7th, and 8th, all within a blanket's throw of each other.
Really, these GT Pros have all they seem to be in their own blankets, Alex, if you want to say it like that, where you got the top, about 5 cars all within about 5 seconds of each other. Then you have this little grouping of about another 3 cars that are within each other, and then all the rest are maybe battling some other difficulties or on their own right now. And nonetheless, this keeping it real tight for this class right now. It's really entertaining from our perspective, because if you look at the scoreboard and or the timing table on the left side here, there's not too many battles happening on the track outside of this class.
There's definitely some battle. There's some battling, but maybe not as nearly as close as what we've got going on right here. This GT Pro field has been just dicing it up for the lead spot ever since we've got going from that last short full course yellow, probably about 30 minutes ago or so. Manuel Mayer trying to hold it off here for Matco Fisher. They've got the lead, but to the inside now. Here goes the 68, taking a peek, dives it into turn 1. Nice move there from the 2-Telemetry Racing machine. And now they've got the advantage going into 2 and 3. New leader for GT Pro. Travis Linscomb Hatfield's got the edge now in that McLaren. They're going to look to try to put some distance on the 44, but as we saw earlier when Mayer lost the lead of the class, Brad. That is an easier thing to do said than done. I mean, it is not an easy task to get away from the 44 because after he lost the lead the first time since the last restart, he went right back up there, tracked it down, got it back. Curious to see if he can do it again.
I doubt they're going to not sit. They will stick to each other like glue for at least the coming laps here, as you see some traffic having to come through, some from the LMP or GT or LMP2 class.
So the gap opening up here just a little bit as they'll make their way down the backstretch toward the bus stop. 68's trying to hold on to it. Oh, a tough place there to try to run into some traffic. That was a daring move from I think that's one of the LMP2s who made thought about making a late move, elected against it at the last second. And the Monarch Racing entry going to slide on by, but that was almost really dicey as they nearly went for the same entry point of the bus stop, and luckily cooler heads prevailed there. Still a lot of racing this left, and especially after just repairing some of the damage on that Monarch Racing machine, definitely going to try to keep all the pieces on it here for as long as they can.
And now the dead of night has fully set into effect here at Daytona. As we see all the drivers now getting it out, you can see a fight for the battle for 7th now. GT Pro is Blocco Motore as they're getting sent back to 8th by Goen Racing in that 18 machine. They're able to easily get on by.
Right now, particularly GT Pro, no matter where you look, there's been some fantastic battling throughout this class right now. Taking a look here, still with this one. That gap very, very small between these two cars as they're going to make their way to the last turn in the infield, try to get back out onto the banking. We've seen a lot of drivers struggle with this corner today as well, particularly end up running wide, but everything fine and good there. Good exit here for the 18. Going to try to get on the throttle, track him down, use that draft just a little bit, reel him in, get a little bit closer coming out of the bus stop. At least that is the plan, I am sure.
One thing to note, the V1M machine in the GTP class just went down pit road. I believe that was a driver change for the V1M machine. I believe Thomas Martin is now taking the reins. But anyways, these got a lot going on here. Everyone getting settled back into the racing state, getting everyone now is, at least hot and keeping themselves active. Also when you have to think, a lot of these drivers, you might not think of those who have to get prepped to go in the car. Some of them might be, practicing beforehand to get all warmed up before they jump in the car. And, some of them come in cold turkey. They're very ready to go no matter the situation. So, Alex, my question to you, if, set yourself in this situation, how much practice do you think you'd need before you just threw yourself in one of these cars, that are competing for a podium position?
And when you say the practice to get in the car, you've done all the prep to get ready for this race, but you're the driver subbing in, or how much prep I right now, as someone who is not prepping for an endurance race, would have to get ready for an endurance? Very, very different answer depending which you're looking at.
I meant the first option. I guess you're getting ready for
you're about
your
to sub
team.
in. Okay.
Yeah, and you're if you're test driving, how many minutes or hours are you doing it before you jump in the car?
Honestly, these guys have put in so much prep time. If anything, it's probably maybe the opposite of trying to stay calm, stay loose, and stay ready to go, that when it comes time, you're able to jump right in. And the most important thing is just knowing that, especially if you're coming down on a full stop where they're also changing the tires, make sure that it's going to take a few laps for those tires to get warmed up. Otherwise, those braking points are going to look a little different, as the GTP leader is down and in pit road here. The 51, the World of Sim Racing entry, down pit road. Could this potentially be the driver change for Alex Martinez Sanchez? Did not sub out on the last pit stop. Might be this time. We'll see. It looks like it might still be Sanchez behind the wheel, so they'll continue the forge on. That will hand the lead temporarily in GTP back to Wastegate Racing. Kyle Burney has the advantage here for that 32 machine. You're talking to one of their drivers, Selena Ward, a little while ago. They mentioned that part of the reason that Kyle has jumped in at this particular moment in time is that Jason Burney was having some technical issues, and now Kyle behind the wheel, perhaps a little earlier than expected, Brad, and that's part of what you were saying earlier. You know, the strategy is always written with a pencil, not a pen, in a race this long. Sometimes something like that happens, but they've been able to rally back from it no problem. Now find themselves in a pretty good spot here as we're nearing, getting fairly close to hour 7 of this 24-hour race.
Yeah, I mean, especially when technical difficulties, it's horrible sometimes. We saw that with the Aries racing machine earlier, where, you know, a hardware malfunction caused that 8 entry to go headlong into the wall and ricochet back onto the race course. And if, you know, it's more than just, you know, getting on your computer, firing it up, jumping on, and, you know, if something like that happens, you have to know how to fix it real quick, or somebody has to be ready to go. And thankfully, you know, the Wastegate Racing team has Kyle to get back in there, jump in there, and it looks like he's been able to at least put some time on Philip Blouth right now. He's going to be 50 seconds ahead of that 51 team of Adex Sanchez and everyone else trying to chase down the 32 for now. But it's, you know, time almost getting to about the 5 o'clock hour, or at least 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sorry, about 7 hours in the race. I looked down at the wrong clock. And all that being said, you know, it's getting into the moment. We've got about, I think, 30 minutes past when we had our last full course yellow. And, you know, in that, I feel like since we've been on the mic here, Alex, this might be we have more green flag racing at this point now than when we started here.
This is, I mean, yeah, we caught up with this about an hour 45 ago for us here in the booth, and it's only probably about now where it's crossed over from more time under green than under yellow. We had 2 full course yellows in the previous hour that really kind of ate up a good chunk of that hour of time. But now these guys have really been rocking and rolling for the past little bit here. And we can, joining us now actually, is one of the drivers for the GT Pro Division, driver in the team manager of the number 71 SimCity Racing. It'll be Jason Allen joining us in the booth. And let's see if we got him. Jason, you got a copy?
Yes, sir. How you guys doing?
Doing all right. How about yourself? I mean, we're creeping toward hour 7 of this 24-hour event. How's things been for you? How's things been for the SimCity Racing team? How's the energy so far as we're just over the 1/4 mark?
The energy's good. Guys are doing great. It was kind of, you know, pretty fun watching my son out there drive. We just got to figure out a way, you know, to not have 60% cautions. This is kind of ridiculous. Guys are kind of frustrated about that. But chin's high, and we just keep doing with our strategies.
And, you know, oh, sorry, Alex.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
And to that point, I mean, the, you know, strategies, I feel like, have been very flexible, to say the least, with how the race has gone so far. But have any of your, you know, from your perspective, any of the drivers, you know, have been really affected by these cautions, would you say, comparative to, like, how you guys were interpreting how this race would be going to this point?
Yeah, 100%. It is what it is. You know, you can only plan for green, and then cautions kind of throw wrinkles in there, and you just adjust on the fly. But like right there, we're racing for that 6-hour mark, and there was 2 cars that had perfect strategy, and then the caution comes out, and it dropped us back down to 8. So it is what it is. You know, you can't time those, and sometimes you get benefits of being in the pits, and caution comes out and it saves you for some reason. But all good. We just got to do a better job as drivers as a whole to not have 55% of the race under caution. It's pretty bad, in my opinion.
That does raise a question I'd love to ask you. As the race so far in the early going has very much been highlighted by the fact that there's been a number of full course yellows. Has there been any concern in your camp as far as like drivers trying to stay, locked in, motivated, and kind of on task with how start and stop things have been at points in this race, or have things been progressing pretty smoothly on that front?
Oh, that's a great question, and glad you bring that up. That's actually perfect. And one thing as a crew chiefs, once the driver gets in the car, we're like, okay, forget about everything. Just focus on the car right now. Control what we can control. We can't control anything else. But yes, to your point, it is very hard to go a lap, 2 laps, another caution, and another caution. It is what it is. If we can't control our cars with cold tires, then I think the league needs to look at that going forward and see if there's something we can do better, because it's obviously not fun for the fans watching television. And you guys do a great job on the broadcast to keep everybody entertained, but we can't do 55% caution.
Yeah, 100%. But right now it seems like we're starting to roll fairly well. Hopefully that'll, knock on wood, continue to be the case as we've been watching here on board with your team here over the past few minutes. Jason, I want to thank you a ton for jumping up here, joining us in the booth. Anyone you'd like to shout out or highlight here while you have a chance and while we have the opportunity to talk to you?
Yeah, I appreciate it. All the guys on SimCity Racing do a phenomenal job. We put in the work, we put in the effort. I think as the race continues to go on, you will see that we have very, very good pace, and we can just control what we can control. And enjoy everybody watching, and think you guys do a great job. Appreciate you.
We appreciate you joining us up here in the booth. Jason, thank you so much, and best of luck to you and your team the rest of the way here.
Thank you, guys.
That is Jason Allen, team manager for SimCity Racing, that number 71 entry in GT Pro. We've been watching the past couple laps here.
Right now, we got this battle for 10th in the GT Pro. This class still keeping it going. Alex, we're getting to almost the 7-hour mark here. And one thing to note is, I really enjoyed talking and, seeing into the crew chief perspective of the 71 team. Is there anything outside of that? I guess my question here is there anything you got from that you didn't think of before?
I mean, one of the big things is obviously it's nice when you, it's a bit of a luxury, I'm sure, for SimCity Racing to have someone like Jason Allen, have a dedicated crew chief who's there that not only can help with some of the strategy and some of the setup stuff, but also some of this, like the energy and atmosphere that's going in over the course of this 24 hours. Some teams have to run a little bit leaner, and the team manager is also one of the drivers. So sometimes you don't have that bit of separation. There's pros and cons to both of those. Like when you are part, driver as well, you have a first-hand experience with what the rest of the team's experiencing on track in real time, which can be really beneficial. But also sometimes it's good to have a perspective that is not directly glued to the pavement the same way the rest of the drivers are. Get a little bit of a second opinion, second look, and different drivers work with different stuff. As we'll take a look here at the number 2 machine who just spun out a second ago. This is the No Limit Sim Racing car. One of the GTPs spun onto the oval. No harm, no foul, kept it off the wall, but going to cost them just a little bit of time as we take a look here up in this battle for second in LMP2. This is Grow Racing and RTR.
You can see that defensive inside line going through turn 1, and these two are going to be glued together. But as this battle goes on, I think we will cut a quick break here and catch you back here in a moment for the Maconi Setup Shop 24 Hours of Daytona. in the VSCA Sports Car Championship, brought to you by Green Flag TV. We will be back right in a moment, and meanwhile, we will watch this battle as it brightens up.
Welcome back, folks. Just about to hit 7 hours in to the Maconi Setup Shop. 24 hours at Daytona here for VSCA. Want to thank Brad Daniels for the past couple hours. He was able to join us up here in the booth. I'm Alex Canyon, and joining us now, Fen Maconi. Welcome to the Green Flag TV booth for tonight, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to have you here for the next few hours. I really appreciate you being here and along for the ride.
Absolutely happy to be here, Alex. Happy to join y'all in this, what has been, I think, a pretty consistently exciting race, despite the yellow flags. Especially we've been watching this battle for second in LMP2 that has been changing hands, and Ruben, who is currently sitting in third with that Girl Racing Team Blue, absolutely not going to let that lying down as they continue on. I'm just excited to be here.
Yeah, no, they've had a fantastic duel. We're excited to have you up here, and we're taking a look now real quick at this battle for second in GT Pro. 3 cars all kind of stacked on top of each other here. This is Telemetry, who's got the spot he's got second, but right now it is Rusty Spatulas and SimCity Racing who have worked their way up to third and fourth. We were just talking to Jason Allen a minute ago. That was the team manager for that 71 car. They're starting to make some tracks here for that GT Pro division.
That they are. It is helping. They're about to hit, I think, a pit window. I've seen a bunch of those GT3, both Pro and AM cars, or GT Pro, GT AM, of the GT3 machinery come down to pit lane. For a lot of these drivers, some just getting out from their own pit cycles, such as the Sim Racing 71. So getting to capitalize on the green flag pit stops rather than the ones that we got during the yellow we had just a moment ago.
Yeah, and it's so important to kind of figure out where you can make up time, especially when you have what we've had so far tonight with a series of full course yellows, knowing when you can still take time under green and make clean, efficient stops without giving up too much time, too much track position, really goes a long way, because you may not see the benefits of it here at hour 7, but by the time you get to hour 17, if you stack a couple of those on top of each other, you're going to be putting yourself in really good shape for that closing stint of the race. As we're seeing a little side-by-side here, as they're going to work their way in the one. Going to try to sort this out. Not a lot of room there.
Nope, but hard on the door goes Aiden Campbell, and he's going to find his way up a position there into third with that Sim City Racing number 71, and seeing how much he has to knock on the door of P number 2 before he gets through. I gotta imagine all three of them really wanting the position to happen naturally. Having to work with multi-class traffic is always such a fun dance, and just a bit of a mix up to it all.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice little pass there, so I'll mix up here in this top 3. Now SimCity Racing trying to apply some pressure here. Aiden Campbell looking to the back bumper of Linscomb Hatfield.
But while they've also been fighting, I want to point this out, Alex, the number 73, the Epic Vans Pulsar Esports team, as well, to a lesser degree, Adrian Sublia and the World of Sim Racing team GT Pro entry, have slowly closed down this gap as well to join this three-way fight and add to it. So this could be pretty explosive here in the next couple minutes here as they sort out where they want to be in the pecking order.
Yeah, absolutely. And these are really quality positions they're battling for. I mean, we're talking the difference of 2nd through 5th right now. Everyone in this pack really going after it. They're a little ways off right now from the 57, Sam Spinell, who's the leader of this class. But I mean, when you have the opportunity here to go potentially from 5th to 2nd with just a couple of well-timed moves because you're within striking distance, got to imagine that's a really tantalizing opportunity that sits in front of folks like the Epic Vans Pulsar team right now. Same with the 112, who's sitting in 4th, a couple of spots up for grabs just in front of him. I mean, there is... These are those moments as a driver, it's like, you got to be careful because there's going to be a number of cars in the mix. It's not just a one-on-one sort of duel, but the opportunity for really working your way up the timing tower is massive at the moment, and I got to imagine everyone's really kind of keeping an eye on that and thinking that this might be the moment to make something happen.
Yeah, and then it's also something to keep in mind. You have to keep the big picture. In addition to this short battle for this position overall, it's how does this impact the fuel numbers? Where do we want, this car? Does it need fuel saving? How does that impact the larger race? But as the driver, when you're trying to keep in pace with the cars in front of you or keep them behind you once you make your way up to the top, like the Sim City Racing number 71 has gotten to, it is always a interesting gamble. I wouldn't say gamble, but it's an interesting set of priorities to weigh and prioritize over the course of a long race like this. We're not even a third of the way through, just over a quarter. So it'll be, I think, one, they're talking with their team managers as well as the other drivers around with them and figuring out what the play is long term, as well as how they can find those couple extra tenths to end up at the top of these 4 drivers.
We're watching right now that 73 Teixeira trying to reel in the back bumper of the 112 machine, who's sitting just up in front of him right now. Maitinen sitting in 4th. I mean, a straight line, everyone in the draft here condensing in. Oh, big dive going in the 1. He's looking for it. Is he going to be able to make it happen? Door to door through 1. They're going to be nearly bouncing off each other through 2 and 3. Wow, dicey move, but a powerful one there. Takes 4th place away.
Yeah, Henry in that Rusty Spatulas Racing VSCA definitely had to weigh the options there of forcing the issue and potentially wrecking one or both cars, or taking a moment, allowing himself to be at the tail end of these guys, but stay in touch, get a little bit of fuel saving done here as they sort themselves out. You got to remember that both Aiden Campbell in the 71 there, and then Teixeira in the number 73 Epic Vans Pulsar, both are later in their fuel stints for this current stint than both Henry and Travis, who are in 3rd and 5th of these 4, technically 2nd and 4th of the 4-car trains, 3rd and 5th of the positions. But so they have to kind of weigh that the pace is going to be a little bit different for those two drivers versus the drivers that just came in and did a pit cycle a couple laps back.
Gonna take a look here. This is on board with the Fury Sim Sport machine. The LMP2 tags the back of that car to the outside retaining wall here as they were getting on to the banked oval. And Fenn, we've seen a number of times tonight that has really been a trouble spot for a lot of drivers. Some, able to keep it off the wall, and then, varying from no contact to what we just saw with a little bit to people who just absolutely slam it. I mean, that is a tricky corner, both with the how flat it is, but then also when you ramp back up onto the banking.
Yeah, it's such a tricky position going from the infield onto the banking, and because of how the plethora of directions you can take that corner in, especially with the prototypes, they are definitely a hard one to get right. As we take a look at this Mustang, that just has a small self spin. Full tires, full fuel, excuse me, it looks like.
Taking a look here, this is the 65 of Vulture Motorsports and GT Pro. Gonna lose it coming out of turn one. It's put just off the track, kept it off the tire barrier though. That's a tough place to try to have to merge back in, because that's a blind corner for the rest of the field, and also for the person trying to re-enter. Got to be really confident. Yeah, and that's the trouble. You think you have a gap, and then someone comes around, and even with the headlights, you don't really get a good sense of it, because 1 second they're pointed the other direction and they're coming in at such high speed that 1 second they're not there, and the next second they're rounding the corner, and you've got nowhere to go.
Yeah, you have nowhere to be, so you just kind of have to do the Austin Powers 20-point turn in the grass and hope you get a big enough window in the relative that it makes sense. But like you said, they're coming through at such a high speed, and for most of those cars on the limits of their grip, in order to not cause any wrecks or issues there. It's just such a awkward transition to be in, to fix that and get it around the right way.
So we'll see if we can grab another interview here real quick. Joining us now is going to be one of the drivers for the Delta Racing number 12 entry, Andre Diaz, in the second here. We'll see if we can catch up with him. Andre, you got a copy?
Yep, loud and clear.
Awesome. Well, I got to ask you, we're just past the 7-hour mark. How are you feeling? How's that number 12 team feeling? How's things settled in here as we're just past the opening quarter of this one?
Yep, to be honest, iRacing hasn't been kind to me today. I crashed my sim twice, both on restart procedure. But yeah, we've had a lot of pace, very fast, very quick. And I think all of our drivers are very quick at the moment. And yeah, I mean, just a little bit of bad luck, but we lost a lap, we got a lap back, lost again, we're trying to get it back now. So we just wait to have like a couple of hours of chill racing and try to get back on the lead lap and trying to get a shot at the lead.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're hoping to see y'all get up there, because it does look like, to what you're saying, that y'all have a good bit of pace here tonight, and it's just been some gremlins here or there that have been kind of putting y'all back to, I believe it's now 6th in GTP. But I do want to ask you here, obviously the story so far, the opening 7 hours or so, has been, there's been a number of full course yellows to this point. You've had a good bit of time behind the wheel at this point, even through some of those full course yellows. How disruptive is that as a driver when you're trying to get into a rhythm, trying to find that sort of flow state, and then a lengthy full course yellow kind of throws everything off and puts everyone at idle for a bit?
Yeah, I think it can go both ways. Usually when you are a little bit tired, you have like a lot of action, a lot of laps in a row with some hot action. When you get a yellow and a full course yellow, you get some breathing space. You can get the right mindset, check the strategy and all. But like I had on the restart, I started before, and I had like 3 or 4 laps of green, then another yellow again. It sort of breaks your rhythm. You're trying to get settled to the cold tires, trying to get to the process of race pace, and you can't. So it can be disruptive, but it can be relief at the same time. Depends on how long you are into your stint.
Yeah, and that sounds like from the opportunity with a couple of folks that we've talked about, it really does feel like a situation where, for some folks it's like, oh, that came out of the perfect time, if they were having some sort of issue, or it's like you finally kind of like, oh, I feel good with how the car is handling. Then, caution comes out, bogs things down for a bit. I do want to ask you, though, so you just recently completed your most recent stint. How long are you going to have to, kind of kick back and watch your teammates here before you get to jump back in?
Yeah, I think around 4 hours. Douglas is now in the car. João and Daniel are going to get back driving, and I think around 4 or 5 hours until I get back in the car. So I think it's more than enough to relax. Especially my legs. My legs are hurting a little bit, especially the right one, which is weird because it's usually the braking foot. But yeah. I think around 5 hours is a nice time to reset your mind and get back a very quick pace, hopefully.
Yeah, 100%. And hopefully, I'm sorry to hear. I hope you start feeling a little better soon, a little less sore. That is, to your point, a little interesting that it is the gas foot, not the brake foot. I do find that interesting as well. Want to make sure I have an opportunity here. Fen, if you have any questions, I don't want to be hogging up the airtime here.
Like half the ones that you've asked are like the ones that I was like, I should think about that one, and then you asked them, and I was like, oh, that's perfect. I don't have to ask it. So all the ones that I'm thinking of are ones that you asked. Question I have, does having the incidents kind of earlier on with the technical gremlins, how does that adjust your strategy? I know we wrote it down all in pencil as we talked about, but what's the mentality shift there for you?
Yeah, it's obviously frustrating, but I mean, it could be worse. We lost a lap in each of the occasions that it happened. It's not that much. All it takes is a full course yellow to get back on the lead lap, so we're not that concerned. We can definitely get it back. The race is still up for grabs. But I was frustrated because I had like 70 liters up in the tank. I was gonna finish that stint. I was really quick. I was feeling good with the car, and I got cut short because of the crash, the sim crash. So it's frustrating because of the opportunity you missed, but we didn't lose a lot. We're still pretty much there or thereabouts, so we're cool.
Heck yeah. Well, I hope y'all make up your lap as well. I think that was my big one that I wanted to ask, to give a little bit of insight for people at home, what that kind of adjustment, we talk about being flexible. What does that actually mean in an instance is my curiosity there.
Yeah, you always have to have a backup driver, right, on a Discord with you. So if anything happens, you must have someone ready to jump in. And yeah, so once once Douglas jumped in the car, we're just trying to adjust the strategy and how many hours I've put in, and how many hours Douglas is going to put in, and the others follow suit. So the ones that are not in the car, we act as the backbone of the team. Douglas is now focused on the driving, and the boys from Delta are trying to fix up the hours that each one is going to put. I drove a lot because I had a lot of yellow, a lot of full course yellows on my stints. So I'm probably going to give more hours to João and Daniel.
Okay.
But yeah, it's usually like that.
Okay. Very cool. Well, thank you for the insight.
Yeah, thank you.
If you've got the time, I'd love to ask you one more question that came to mind when you were answering that one. and that would be, you mentioned you put in a good bit of preparation coming into this event. Obviously, with this being a 24-hour event in the season opener, I'm sure a good bit of work has to go into getting both yourself and the team prepared for this race. But how did that prep look? What did y'all do to kind of get ready for tonight's 24-hour event?
A lot of training, a lot of track time. Yeah, and I think it's the same for everyone. Everyone's been, training a lot, putting a lot of hours on the track, not only on the official servers, but obviously on their private servers as well. So a lot of training, a lot of telemetry analysis, setup tweaks, and just figuring out how everything works with the tires, time you lose, time you gain. Is it worth save fuel? Is it worth to, burn everything and drive fast? Just things that we need to figure out before the race. So the week between the Roar and the 24, I think, is the most critical one, because you have your qualifying position settled, and then you just gotta focus on the race pace. You can do some tweaks here and there, but yeah, there's not much secret. You just have to have a lot of track time. Everyone needs to be prepared. All the 4 drivers needs to be in the same sort of preparation level, and be prepared for unexpected events like a seam crash, like I did. So yeah, I think we are very well prepared with both cars. Unfortunately, 21 had their fair share of issues, but I think we're well prepared.
Awesome. And yeah, it looks like y'all have a good bit of pace out there. Super excited to see if y'all end up getting back on the lead lap. Fen, any other questions that you've got?
I think all the ones I had, we answered initially, and I have not come up with new ones that I think we need to bother him with right at this moment, and we'll let him get back to what he's doing unless you have more.
All right. Well, Andre, thank you so much for dropping by and sharing your insights. We're excited to see how you and the rest of that Delta number 12 team does through the next 17 hours here. But enjoyed the time out of the car to get ready for your next stint. Anyone you'd like to shout out real quick while you're up here in the booth?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks for having me. The event is amazing, so congratulations to all the organization. I want to give a shout out to Delta Racing Team. All the boys from the 12 and 21. It's been amazing, and I hope we have a good finish so we can honor all the work we've put. Thanks for P1 Docs with their amazing setups, and I want to give a huge hug and kiss to my girl who's watching the YouTube broadcast, and she's working, but she's keeping an eye on the race. She's cheering for us, and I love her.
Awesome. Well, Andre, thank you so much for dropping by. Best of luck. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and spending some time with us up here in the Green Flag TV booth. And best of luck the rest of the way.
Yep. Best of luck to you too, guys.
Appreciate it. And that is Andre Diaz, one of the drivers here for that number 12 Delta entry in GTP. Currently scored, I believe, in the 6th position, both in class and overall. They've, you heard him talk about it, that he was very open with the fact that just a little bit of technical issues has put him behind the 8 ball, but it sounds like they're very confident it's something that they can rally from.
Yeah, I would say it's only a lap away from getting that car back on the lead lap, or 1 yellow away even, to get himself back into the fight for a better finish than 6, but still up 6 positions from where I believe where that car started. So pretty fantastic work all the same.
While we were talking to him, I think we'll take a look here at the replay. Yeah. This is the 554, the Red Lab machine. We saw them have a little bit of an issue out of the bus stop earlier, and man, just hammered the outside wall there. Yeah. They had grazed it, I think, a little bit earlier. That looks to be some very significant rear end damage.
That it is, had a pretty good clattering with the wall on the entire left side of the machine to begin with. Taking a look at that replay there for a little while we were having that conversation, and those sausage curbs that they put in the bus stop is are no joke for any prototype or GT car, which will easily unsettle that car like you saw, and then a bit of snap oversteer as it came back, and as he was trying to catch it is what sent that car flying into the wall.
Yeah, there's been a couple of issues that we've really seen have kind of been if there's any part on the racetrack that's going to jump out and get you tonight, the exit of the bus stop is one. It just takes so little bit of catching that curbing to get the car off balance, especially when you're moving so laterally. You're getting that thing to rotate right through the bus stop, trying to get it back left and put the throttle down. If you're not spot on with it, it's no surprise that the car is going to be kind of off course, because you're asking a lot of it coming out of the corner, especially at high speeds.
Yeah, it is, especially with how little that suspension really travels in the prototypes. It's not meant to go, bumping over rumble strips, and when it does, it ends up causing more problems than it solves. So it's always one of those things. If you're in like a TCR or something a little bit more forgiving, it's not as bad, but especially with the prototypes, it's very, very much not quite a death sentence, but you are definitely gambling with the car for that one. These two are side by side.
Yeah, speaking of a gamble here, maybe side by side in the one, Team Frida Sport and Flight Level 747 going to duke it out here for 6th in GTM. Looks like Flight Level's going to hold on to that spot for now, but right back on the attack. Here goes the 912. Took a peek to the outside, and the International Horseshoe now coming back. Here, Owen up into turn 5. Car length separates the two of them. A good battle going on here for the 6th spot.
Yeah, at 747, that Flight Level, machine driving a little defensively here in the infield portion as they get through that second horseshoe. I gotta imagine, I wonder if the pace is a little bit different in terms of the top end, and having the draft in the GT machinery is so beneficial to getting a great run and trying to make a pass on the oval portions as we get into NASCAR's 1 and 2. I wonder if we'll see Team Freda Sport get another chance or make another pass looking into one next lap or into the bus stop here in just a moment.
Yeah, definitely getting a little bit of that draft down the back straightaway as you see one of the, I think that was the GTPs go on by. Or one of the LMP2s, apologies.
No, GTP. You did it right the first time.
No, well, there
Alberni and Westgate Racing.
That was the second car currently GTP. But right on the back bumper here is Team Frida Sport. Addison right there. I mean, just reach out and just grab the back bumper of the 747 here as they're making their way off the final corner of the oval portion to the start-finish line. It's going to be a dead heat at the line, and right back at it side by side in the one, I have no doubt.
Yeah, I have no doubt either. Got to see who blinks first. It looks like Flight Level finally having to cede the position, being early on the brakes, so not to run into that car that has gone around the outside. We transition back to, I believe, the battle for 8th.
Yeah, 8th here in GTM. This is Superstar Racing, that number 4 machine. Katanis has got that spot. Molina trying to take it away as they work their way in the turn 1. It's been a very eventful opening part of this race for that 4 car. Looks like they're finally settled in as the yellow is out. Someone, I think, went around back in the bus stop.
Yeah,
it was coming all onto the banked portion. That is the 9, I believe.
Yes.
The Caden Wirtz and the Daily Kart Market Aries Racing machine.
Yeah, just a bit of a self-spin. We've seen it so frequently there. The car is such on the limit of grip in any of the classes. And it's really easy to get around, especially with that car just being stuck in the middle of the racing line. Definitely would be a big proponent of the caution, but I don't imagine it would be the only reason.
Like one of the SRN cars went off. I wonder if it sounds like the Red Lab machine had gotten towed off, but I think that was a while ago.
No, the red lab machine made the number 554.
Yeah.
It drove its way back down to pit lane. So it took the apron around and was able to get there. I'm not quite sure where the that caution fully is the proponent of. I imagine the Aries Racing being backwards might be a big part of it, but maybe not the only part.
I hate to say it's a mystery, but it does feel like it's a little bit of a mystery there, Finn.
It's not as easy cut as some of our other yellows, such as the first one where a car ended up off in the back. As we look on, it's more on the daily car market Aries Racing Lamborghini. Just a little too much rotation in the tire, or in the wheel, excuse me, and lit those tires up and sent them spiraling around instead of getting the power down. If we can get clarification there.
Well, either way, that does bring out the full course yellow for, correct my math, but I believe the 10th time here in this 24-hour event.
Sounds right. Oh, man.
That is, we were talking to a couple of the drivers, a couple of the team managers here over the past hour or so. And they've all been pretty consistent with they adjust and work off of whenever there are cautions, but it doesn't sound like any of them have been particularly thrilled with the quantity of, because it really does disrupt your strategy if every time you feel like you're starting to fall into something that feels like it's working, full course yellow kind of re-racks everything.
That it does. And there's some benefits to it as well. I would say there's a bit of both. Having 10 of them, however, may be a little excessive, but cautions breed cautions is the old, very famous saying in the real life world, and I can't imagine it's any really that different in the sim racing world. So it'd be one of those things.
I feel like one could argue it's even more so.
It's very possible. There's a whole different method of driving the car when it's in a digital world and you're not. The math is a little different across all those, but I can imagine it's been a little bit frustrating for some of the teams. For some of the teams, I imagine it's a bit of a break or a bit of a nice chance to, try to work their way back up, especially for that Delta Racing team that we talked with, the driver of just a moment ago, Andre Diaz, and for them, or those who are trying to get back onto the lead lap, trying to get back into the fight at the top 5 or the top podium positions of their class. It's a great opportunity to get back into it, but I don't know that it's worth it in the expense of overall race pace. But I don't know.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. It is one of those deals where your pace will be affected when it comes to stuff like this. But while we're under the full course yellow here, we'll give you at least a quick update on our class leaders, as it were. So the World of Sim Racing entry number 51, Alex Martinez Sanchez, up front right now, as he has been for the majority of the past several hours here. Even when they've come down pit road, they've cycled back to the front here pretty quick. The reigning league champ, they've looked pretty sharp here in the opening few hours. They are currently the top of your GTP class and top of the overall. See down there, there they are. The World of Sim Racing entry. That Cadillac has looked really, really stout here in the opening few laps or so. Wow, not opening few laps, opening few hours. Wow, that is a very different amount of time. Holy.
Opening few laps as well as the opening.
Yeah, in addition to.
Yes. But I would say that definitely the thing I think I've seen out of them when kind of looking through the podium sitters and where they're currently standing, the ability to be consistent and quick in dealing with traffic has, I think, led to the gap that World of Sim have Sim Racing has been able to leverage on the other drivers in this green flag running we had just a little while ago, and I imagine that'll have to continue as they keep going. So I'm interested to see how that develops, especially if the fuel game becomes more of a factor here as the race continues.
100%. As we'll look here, this is your leader here in LMP2, Victor Sonnergren with twin turn SRV by Rebecca Bornheim. The both of those twin turn machines got caught up in an incident in turn 1. At this point, probably about an hour and a half ago or so. Neither took significant damage, but it did put them back in the running a bit. But they have rebounded in a big way, especially this 23 car. And now Sonnergren has really put them in a position that I'm sure they got to be feeling pretty happy to the rebound of, especially with how much battling we've been seeing in those top podium spots over the past hour or so in LMP2. That 23 has been able to maintain that lead, because we know Pino and Rise, the second and third car in that group there, the 14 and the 87, they've both been really, really stout competitors here in this last stint or so. And it's created some really fascinating battling in that group.
Yeah, as I was just getting on here to join you in the commentary booth, I was keeping an eye on that battle that we saw during the break. I'm super curious how much time they're spending fighting each other, that they could be also involving Victor Sonnergren up there at the top, the number 23 at the moment. But we'll have to see once we get through the full course yellow, because they are only a few seconds away under the caution. So I wonder how much time they're able to kind of bring back up into when they get back underway into green flag running.
So looking here at GT Pro, we were just talking to SimCity Racing Manager Jason Allen a few minutes ago, and now one of their drivers, Aiden Campbell, up top of GT Pro. That 71 has done a lot to overcome some of the battling that's been going on there, because there has been some stellar battling in that class between the telemetry entry, the Epic Vans entry, the Rusty Spatula's car. I mean, there's been a lot of cars who have all been trading in that top 2, 3, 4 spots, similar to LMP2, but I would say even more cutthroat, because it's really been like a 5-car battle for a good bit of the past hour or so. But that 71 has really come alive and has worked their way past all of them, because they were outside the top 8 when we were talking to Jason Allen a little while ago.
Yeah, the green flag pit stop cycle and really kind of going away from them during the yellow, on that full course yellow, the pit cycle there kind of put them further back in the order, and then they got to cycle back up under green flag running, which made for, I think, an interesting dichotomy there. I think that kind of differing fuel strategies we'll see that continue unless they come back down to kind of re-rack or cycle themselves back into more of where the rest of the field is. But I have to imagine that's not quite the plan that they're going for, based on where they've gotten, especially when they have the track position they do right now at the lead. It'd be hard to give it up.
100%. And looking at our last class here, this is GTM. Richard Bell currently driving that number 75, the SRN TFR Alliance machine, who we saw earlier spin out just a little bit, lost about a couple seconds, got right back on the horse though, and has done a great job working his way back into position, and now they sit atop of the GTM standings. And GTM has been a very tough one, I feel like, to kind of get a pulse on here today, Fen, because it feels like anytime we've jumped in with them, there's a big swing or a big move where someone will be like, oh, they're up to the front, and they start pulling away, and then something will happen on the racetrack, or a pit stop will take a while, and all of a sudden a new name jumps up there. So it really feels like there's been a good bit of cycle, at least since I've had the opportunity to jump up here in the booth.
Yeah, I think that has been what I've seen as well, both from what I was looking at early on when Nolan and the crew were calling the early part of this race, as well as what I've seen here. I think that is going to be probably a bit of the name of the game for GTM, and I think all of the drivers in that category should really be looking very long term in building up consistency there. I think that's what a lot of them are trying to do because it seems, like you said, that the names seem to change as they have, mistakes or things of that nature, which is kind of the point slash, that's what separates GTM drivers from GT Pro drivers, and where those classes sit as we get these cars, wave bys completed for these cars.
All right, well, while we continue to be under the full course caution, we are going to step aside for a brief moment. When we come back, it will be continued coverage of the Maconi Setup Shop 24 Hours of Daytona. We are just nearing that 8-hour mark, just about a third of the way in. It's been a fun time. It's going to continue to be just that when we come back in just a moment.
Of motorsports into your home with over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. If you're just joining us, or if you've been here since the drop of the green flag, that's been nearly 8 hours ago at this point, this is the Maconi Setup Shop 24 Hours of Daytona, the season opener here for VSCA, the Sports Car Championship. I'm Alex Gagnon. Alongside me at the moment, Fennicini. And Dustin Oil is producing the show currently here for this hour of the show. And Fen, I gotta ask you. You know, we've had you've been following this since the drop of the green flag, but you've been up in the booth here for about the past 40 minutes or so. What are some of the big takeaways you saw on that green flag run before the yellow here? Because we were seeing some pretty, dare I say, some pretty ambitious moves here from some drivers, especially going in the one.
Yeah, the turn one, which I mean, I think it's a little more tame than I've seen sometimes, but still pretty, I wouldn't quite say aggressive, but definitely looking to make the moves stick early on with the hope that they last longer than the lap and then they don't make the move back around the next time by. A lot of tight battling with it looks like very little room for error and or longevity planned, but I assume the drivers know the risks they're taking as they usually do, so I get the feeling it's a little bit less. It probably doesn't feel as uncalculated as it does up here in the booth when you're in the car with them, if you're the driver there, you know exactly what you're doing and why you're doing it, and what the plan is there for those drivers. I get the feeling we'll see over the next few hours.
Just you, building your app on base 44. Describe it. And it's real. One thought leads to more thoughts. Layer by layer, taking shape. When you need your tools, bring them in. They just click. Okay, kick it up a notch. Create something smarter, something powerful. Style counts, so give it your touch. Big or small. Next idea hits at 2 a.m. Of course it does. Keep building. Ask yourself, wait, I built this? Damn right. Base 44. Build it your way.
Some of that, especially if we get into a lot of like a long green flag stint, we'll see these drivers probably shift the focus a little bit further forward as we close down on the 1/3 mark for this 24-hour race, and kind of plan the long term, plan the fuel stint if we have a bunch of green flag running, which is, I hope, the goal once we get done with this full course yellow.
100%. Especially, I think one of the biggest things that we haven't hit yet, but could absolutely be a major factor, especially with the amount of yellows we've had to this point, which is, you know, they always say that the opening, 8 hours or so is when, some of the energy is the highest because everything's kind of fresh, brand new. You're getting into it. You're seeing how things are starting to stack up. And then that middle 8 hours or so, hours 8 to 16, that's really the dog days of the race where you're really feeling the effects of cool, we just ran 12 hours, we're only halfway done kind of deal. There's a little bit of that will sink in as you see all the GTPs down on pit road here. They've opened up pit road, big stop. The 51 overshot their box. World of Sim Racing entry overshot. It looks like a driver change here for the 32. That is Wastegate that is going to be making a substitution at driver.
I think
Nicholas Peterson now in.
Yeah, Nicholas Peterson in for that Wastegate. We got Iker Estefania for the World of Sim Racing. A few different teams getting driver changes done. Has a huge portion of this field comes in for those pit stops. I think we also have a driver getting their penalty cleared for that sort of thing as well. As everybody gets back out and going underway, I wonder how much that missing the box cost the 51 there as they get back out underway.
It certainly looks to be at least a little bit, because they pit from the race lead, and as they're going to cycle back out here, I believe there is now 2 cars in front of them, both the V1M machine driven by Thomas Martin now, and the Wastegate Racing Ferrari that's now driven by Nicholas Peterson. So that is going to put Estefania in a little bit of a hole. And that's going to be interesting. We know the 51's got a lot of pace, but, typically it's been get up front, get some clean air, and open up a gap and not get caught up in the battles of, second, third, fourth. Now they're going to be directly in that, are going to have to battle their way back to the front. And it's been a little while since we've seen the 51 have to do that, so I'm curious to see when this thing goes racing, because those couple of Ferraris, I'm sure, are going to really try to relish the fact that they've got those that track position for really the first time in a couple hours.
Certainly, Thomas Martin choosing not to come down pit lane as well. They came by before the full course yellow by a couple laps, so I believe that they are sitting there waiting and going to enjoy the track position overall versus the track position, or versus the pit stop, given that they only need like a splash of fuel at the time being. So I get the feeling, especially with Estefani coming in, and we'll have to figure out what Estefani's pace is relative to Nicholas's, where they both shake out in terms of this battle for the overall lead once the pit cycle gets done for Thomas Martin in that number 10, or how much he can hold on to that lead as the rest of these cars work their way out of pit lane and catch up to the pace car, the leading car in the pit cycle.
100%, yeah. And to finish the thought I was thinking about right before we had that cycle of pit stops, we're getting into what's going to be that part where, for a lot of drivers, it might be mentally the lowest energy part of the race, because you're not anywhere near the end, but all the energy from starting the race is kind of worn off. And especially if you have these yellows, might lull you out of your focus a little bit. And I think this could be really some of the most critical times when we have these restarts, that you got to make sure you are aware of everything and anything around you, because it's already tough enough on these restarts with having, a 55 car field, that, when you're not fully focused in, when you're already, 14, 15 hours into this race and you're still a ways away from being toward the end, it could take you out of your rhythm and put you in potentially a really bad spot.
It's always an interesting thing. We talk about the night hours, the night shift, the middle sector of the race. The middle third is kind of my market point that I like to keep an eye on. It's always where we seem to be the least tuned in terms of being as far as the 24 hours I've been a part of as a driver. The ability, the first 8 hours, you're like trying to feel how much pace do you have relative to the field, how much pace does your team have versus the rest of the team. How have you managed those early incidents if you have them? And the middle and the final third is a lot of the what can we do to kind of cement our place where we find ourselves at the end of these, first 16 hours. But it's the middle 8, from hour 8 to hour 16, that is really kind of this analogous zone of like you're working towards something, but you're not seeing the realization fully of it yet. And so adding in full course yellows, where it's like you're not at a race pace, you're trying to manage the full course yellow procedures, which is a very different speed of driving than race pace, is always you have to learn how to mentally shift gears and get dialed back in when the green flag drops the second time, or, third, fourth, fifth, 11th time in this instance, once we go back to green flag racing. And the ability to kind of switch back on, I think, is one that is something that some of the kind of younger sim racers, or I say younger as in less time in sim racing, or in racing in general, have to kind of learn how to do, so that way you can perform as consistently as you did before the full course yellow as well as after.
Yeah, could not have said that any better myself. That was a really, really nice way to summarize the thought I was trying to have earlier and could not for the life of me put together. So I appreciate you
certainly
putting that together in such an eloquent way. But yeah, so this full course yellow, now that most of the cars have come down pit road, we're working on the wave buys. So folks that are, not necessarily within their class in line, getting the opportunity to get caught back up, shuffle back into where they need to in line. And once all the wave buys are completed, that is when we're going to be going green again. So that's just the process that they're kind of working through at the moment. And while we have a moment, might be a good time to let you know that this is, of course, the Maconi Setup Shop, 24 hours of Daytona. And when you want the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, and that's Maconi. With Maconi Setup Shop, they now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, and event organization. With cars across all 4 license classes, they have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription today starting at only $8 a month and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions. And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, they're their setups, but your victories. Yeah, while we have a second here, we can also take a look. If you're just joining us late, for the folks who have been around, you may have seen this a little while ago, probably a couple hours ago at this point. But for the folks who have joined us recently, these are the types of cars that you have in the field here today. And Fen, just from looking at this chart, you get a really good sense about why they have to break these off into different classes, because they definitely do not handle or drive the same between those 3.
Not at all. That is kind of the idea behind why they're in different classes and not grouped together. Excuse me. With each car class having such a different amount of downforce that they generate with the various splitters, diffusers, wings, aero they can generate, as well as the weight, the power displacement, and the output that they get. It really defines how these cars drive relative to one another. You see it in action when you watch both a GT3 and a GTP leave the bus stop, and then the GTP just swings wide, goes on high up on the banking, and powers by. And then you see an LMP2 do the same thing, but a little slower because it doesn't have as much horsepower. But it is definitely such a fun part. It's one of the things I love about multi-class racing. And IMSA on iRacing, the IMSA kind of multi-class setup that they have is such a great way to do it. IMSA in real life also has a great way of doing it, but that's why iRacing takes it and just copy pastes into the digital world for us, and then we utilize that for all of our fantastic league racing, such as this one by the VSCA.
Yeah, this fantastic's a good word for it. I mean, I know it's been a little start and stop, but we've had a fantastic going here through the opening 8 hours. A lot of action across all 4 classes, a lot of lead changes in each of those 4. Some high drama already, a couple of pretty drastic turn of events, both in dramatic passes or a couple of wrecks coming out of the bus stop or getting onto the banking. We've had a little bit of everything. And we've only hit the just about the 8-hour mark, so it makes me really excited to think what we're going to have in store for the next 16. Because if it's anything like this opening third, man, it's going to be pretty wild. Because this race to this point has been wild, and I have a feeling that the restart that's coming now that this GTP group up front has been shuffled around a little bit, we might see a lot of action off the restart here from them.
I get the feeling I'll also get the feeling we'll see a bit of some interesting passes by the GTPs as they try to get back into the fights that they had prior to the pit cycle, and I think that'll make for some awkward moments on the restarts. Restarts are always, I think, a bit of a wild card in a fun way, and can turn unfun pretty quickly, but we'll have to see how these ones shake out. We saw early on in this race, one of the restarts there involving a rear end that pushed a car off at the international horseshoe. So it can go smoothly, it can go not smoothly. It's always a fun thing to watch unfold. It's a fun thing to also experience as a driver until you're the car that is getting involved in the shunting and getting pushed off the track because a braking marker got missed, and then it's less fun.
Yeah, and that's the thing with a race that's this long. That's all it takes. You miss a braking point once on one lap, and your day could be over. And I mean, this race, by the time it's all said and done, they're going to run well over probably like 650 laps up in that GTP group. Like, all it takes across those thousands of turns, those thousands of break points, is one mistake, and that could be it. That is why they have put so much time and effort preparing for this, because this is a race that maybe not perfection, but demands like excellence from its drivers because of just this is the thrill of endurance racing. It's the idea of we have 24 hours to go, and it just takes one mistake to undo 20 hours of work if you're on the final 4 hours. Like it's dramatic. It's pretty wild.
It is very, very wild. It's one of the fun things. It's the idea. The whole point of it is being consistent, and that's one of the things I love about endurance racing in general, let alone multi-class racing, is it's less about your raw pace and more about being consistent and not making learning how to manage those mistakes that you do happen, because you're racing for 24 hours. There's bound to be mistakes. It's a question of how you manage them and which ones you make versus which ones can you catch it before they become a big issue, or you're, locking up the brakes to avoid hitting a GT3 just to hit a GT3, a different GT3 because you slide out wide as the result of the locking up the brakes, things like that. It's such a fun part of endurance racing. It's definitely one of the more interesting pieces that requires a lot of consistent attention.
Yeah, that's also one of those, to that point, exactly talking about like lockups or avoiding people who have locked up. I mean, that's exactly what we saw about an hour ago. The four, right in this corner here, that going onto the banking, there was about 4 cars who all got parked kind of in that area, as there was a chain reaction of people driving into that corner pretty deep. Everything kind of got stacked up and people got turned around. And then it was a scramble for the rest of the field to try to snake their way on through with so many cars that were sideways in that corner. And everyone got through okay. No one ended up hitting the wall. There was barely really any contact with one another. But that's the thing with how quickly that develops. You've got to be aware of your surroundings, and it happens so fast. So
yeah, it's such a unique part of sim racing, is how drastically things can change very quickly. I did the Roar Before the 24 just a few hours ago. Opening laps of that involved, such a series of spins into the infield that had I been paying any less attention, I would have easily gotten wrapped up with them. But, learning to really open up and have that kind of, I wouldn't say bird's eye view in the sense that we often reference it, but more in the sense of how they look for movement when, especially, birds of prey are looking for something. They kind of open up those eyes and just kind of look at everything at once and find the discrepancies there, and then they hone in kind of in the more way we think of the bird's eye view. So it's being able to have that kind of awareness is definitely, I think, a skill you can develop as a driver, and it's one that really benefits you in the heads-up awareness to not add to an incident that's already occurring.
Well, while we've got some time here in this full course yellow, I want to let the folks know that especially if you are a team member or a driver that's watching this race and participating in this thing, feel free to come on down to the broadcast weight room. If you want to have a quick chat, we can do some interviews here. We've got a lot of race to go, so if you've got some free time and want to drop by the Green Flag TV booth and say hello, you're more than welcome to. So figured we'd throw that out there while we are cycling through the wave bys here. You see the GTPs working by some of the GT Pros at the moment.
They are currently getting the classes reorganized by GT AM, now GT Pro. We'll see the LMP2s make a similar adjustment as we get these cars set to go back to Green Flag running here in just a moment, which hopefully will be a good and fun restart as a result.
We've had a couple of really fun restarts so far. We've seen some great battles, even just down in the one, but especially, if you're able to hang with the car in front of you going through the infield section, getting up onto the banking and then diving into the bus stop. There's been a lot of really interesting battles that have happened there on these restarts if people have been able to hang with the car in front of them. Though definitely something to keep an eye on here once they get this thing sorted back out and ready to go. We're getting pretty close, though, as these classes are starting to be positionally where they need to be. It's only going to be another couple of laps, I'd imagine, before they let them loose here on the high banks in Daytona once again. guess while we got a second, I'm going to also ask you a question here, Fent. I'm thinking about it, and I'm curious to see what your answer would be, which is, if you had the opportunity, like let's say, me, you, and our producer here, Dustin Ellis, we're going to enter a team into this. Would you want us to be GTP, LMP2, or one of the GT divisions?
So I think statistically, based on where I'm at as sim racing, I think LMP2 is probably the place I would imagine us being in, if I had to enter us in with no other input from you all, because I'm a big fan of prototypes. I think they're my favorite type of machinery that exists out there in terms of sim racing, as well as real life racing. LMP3s in particular, I think, are ones I can never get enough of, regardless of which sim I'm driving on. So I think the LMP2 would probably be the place we'd end up, or the GTPs. I think either would make sense. But I'd have to imagine, what is your answer, Alex?
My answer, admittedly, would be whichever one you guys would value the least. I am a horrendous road course racer, and I for sure would put the car in the fence. And I don't think anyone actually wants that. So
Well,
I would probably defer to the folks who actually can to keep the car in one piece. There's a reason I'm up here, chatting at the moment versus, on the racetrack, and it's called the financial cost, even virtually, would be too high probably.
I think it would be all swell and good. So I think we got an interview floating, right, Alex?
That we do. So we will bring in our interview here. We're going to see if we can talk with Randy Marino, one of the drivers in the LMP2 for Track Limits Thunderbolt. Joining us now. Hey there, Randy. You got a copy?
Copy.
Welcome in to the Green Flag TV booth. Thanks for dropping by here. We're basically a third of the way in here, just about a couple minutes from 8 hours in. How has it been for you out there through the opening third? How has it been for Track Limits? What's it been like here so far, 8 hours in?
I'd say it's pretty good considering all the drivers, me, Alex, Michael, and Greg have all been in the car. We've all kept that number 420 Track Limits sim racing car intact. We've had a couple mishaps that honestly was expected as part of the game plan. Greg had a spin out. I had a spin out right on the restart through the bus stop. Looks like we're about to restart now. Alex is in the car. He's been doing good. Everybody's been holding the same pace, 39s, 40s, and making the right decisions to stay on that lead lap and that's what the game plan's been. Keep the car intact and stay on the lead lap.
Well, that is a pretty good game plan they have, and so far it's working. You guys running top 5 at the moment in LMP2. What has it been like for you guys? I mean, obviously I've been asking everybody this, but it's been a big story as we're going green here. You see these guys getting up to speed. Had a lot of full course yellows, just coming off of one now. What's it like as a driver to be battling both in the car and out of the car with the full course yellows, especially with how frequent they were, especially at the very start of the event today? I feel like that's got to really kind of throw off, some of the mental preparation. Like, all right, gonna get in, go do this, and then it's just been very choppy so far.
I think mentally we were prepared for be ready to be out of the zone and just in pace laps behind the pace car. That was expected, but another big part of it, though, that maybe we didn't anticipate as much is, it's a little bit more of a physical toll, just sitting there and having to watch and keep the throttle. We practice so much that it's habit for us to be doing hot laps, but keeping everything under control and when you have ice cold tires and not running into the cars in front of you under the yellow flag lap, it almost takes a little bit more awareness sometimes just to have that change of pace. But we've been handling it well, and like I said, it's been more of an adjustment as opposed to a hindrance. But it has been nice. The yellow flags are starting to get a little bit smoother. They are less frequent, as you said. We all have gotten a lot of green flag laps in, and we've been able to make it work for us.
I'm going to toss it over to the other half of the broadcast duo at the moment here, Fen. Let him ask a couple questions, just because I feel like I was taking too much airtime on the previous one. So the floor is yours if you want. If you have any questions for him.
You say that you have it takes more effort, you think, versus when you're hot lapping. Is that because it's such a different speed and pace, and you're like worrying as a driver about almost more technical side of things and logistical than simply how fast am I going and how can I go faster than the cars around me that I need to go faster than?
That's part of it for sure.
Okay.
Like I said, the half throttle, the being in gears that you're not supposed to be in. We did so much practice, as I'm sure almost every team member out here in these cars have done. Everybody's really dedicated to this, and you do it at a hot lap pace. So when you change that up, like you said, physically, mentally, one of the big benefits we have is we have Bryce and Kosh as our engineers. They're holding it down for us, and they're taking a lot of the load of the logistics that we have to think about. Mind you, when we do get those yellow flags, our mind wanders and we are thinking about it. We are asking about this, asking about that, because we have the time to. So the main thing is we're in a zone, we're in that flow state, as it's referred to, when we're doing hot laps, and that's just second nature for us. And when we're not in that, it almost seems like we're having to be a little more aware, and with all the procedures that you have to do right, we don't want to get any penalty points.
No.
So that's kind of part of the game plan.
How do you dial back in to that flow state you talk about when you turn back on when the green flag drops once again? What's kind of the method have you seen out of the drivers that you're driving with, and in your own case, what's the kind of, is there like any preparatory thing you do, or do you just kind of let it happen?
Well, the nerves definitely start racking up with all these restarts, especially when we're right there in the lead lap. Right now, we're with the top 5 guys fighting for the front, so we're right there. Basically, we think we're in the fight for a podium or a win currently. So when you get these nerves kicking in every time that happens, having the team there, telling everybody's, we notice when everybody kind of gets a little bit hyphy, or if they start complaining and get a little bit loud about something, reminding us to put our head down and just go back to the fundamentals, all the things that we practice, just doing the laps, full push, no risk, and just keep it tidy.
With my final one that I think I have for you, with the cautions and with your race planning for the long game in general, how much do the full course yellows reset your plan?
I don't know about resetting. I think it's a constant back of our mind that we're going to have to incorporate that into the plan. In fact, this last pit stop, I think there was most LMP2s pitted, and it was like you had just mentioned, what happens when that pace changes and everything slows down. Everybody started, okay, well, are we going to pit here? Should we get gas now? What's the plan here? Our engineers talked about it, and after some thorough thought, it was like, hey, I think the best thing to do is get some fuel again, stay on the lap. Oh no, my guy just...
Oh boy,
had an accident as I'm watching it. I'm hoping not too much damage happened yet. I'm going to have to go check on things and go on.
Yep.
Thanks for what you guys are doing here in the broadcast. I'm going to go find out what our team's doing.
Best of luck, and thanks for joining. And that was Randy Marino here for the 420, who just caught a piece of the curbing out of the bus stop. Heavy damage for him and a fellow LMP2. Sorry, not for Randy Marino, but that team. Sorry. Track Limit Sim Racing. They got a big piece of somebody there going through the bus stop as well.
And that was 5-12 of rescue skill by WMS Marcus Young. I think believe Marcus Young in that car right now when that happened, and just the curbing sending that car flying in the air. You'll see it here from the onboard of Marcus's car right behind him. You see a second jump in the air, and the way those tires reconnect with the ground is why it shoots across and collects that 512 as well. So I think just trying to correct and then overcorrecting costs that car a little bit of time and position there. So I think we are going back under yellow here. Look at it once more. You see the first bump unsettles it, and then the correction there to try to not hit the tire barrier causes them to go over that second set of sausage curbs, which is what sends that car flying in the air. And like we talked about with the prototypes, and like I'll probably keep saying for the rest of the time I'm on here tonight, the sausage curbs are very unforgiving to prototypes.
Yeah, there's just not enough clearance to like go over them comfortably. You really, when you hit them, you hit them.
Oh yeah.
And that's what happened there for Track Limits Sim Racing, and both for them and for the 512 of Rescue Skill by WMS. A really tough break here, just past the 8-hour mark in tonight's 24-hour event. It really a brutal break for Marcus Young in that 512 car. I mean, kind of an innocent bystander in that, and that car got, I think he got the worst of it, honestly.
I believe so. The entire back end pretty much coming apart on him as he made contact initially with the 420 there, which then caused it to go almost not quite rear end first, but to slap the left side as it went pirouetting the other direction, which then pushed the whole left rear into the wall pretty severely. Which I think has cost the 512 to then have to tow, which I think is what brought out the yellow flag proper.
Now, one thing to note is there's been a little bit of a shift up at the top of the GTP group. That 51 World of Sim Racing entry, who we'd seen up in first for so long, who had restarted third, is actually down to fifth now, as the 7 of VSR Competición and the 12 of the Delta Racing team. We talked to one of their drivers a little while ago. Both of them have moved up to third and fourth, respectively. That 51 has now dropped down to fifth, but they're all chasing that man right there, Thomas Martin, in that number 10 Ferrari for V1M. I mean, not a lot of green flag racing, but I'm sure it felt good to get established kind of up front, get a few laps in, and I'm sure that even builds the confidence more for this upcoming restart, knowing that, like, all right, did a restart, have the lead still on this next one, shouldn't be any different.
Yeah, should be able to hold on to it, kept the gap that had been kind of left there from the full course yellow, getting this sign that this will be a short one, which should be good for these drivers because they want to keep the momentum. They just started working to build the past couple of laps. So we'll have to see how, when they get back underway, how much they can keep the momentum going that they have, especially for Nicholas Peterson as well as Samuel Aragon in that number 7, who currently sit on the podium right behind Thomas Martin. Daniel Campos in that Delta Racing BMW hypercar, or excuse me, GTP, excuse me, is now finds his way back up into fourth. So like we saw from DS as we were talking with him earlier, that car not out of it, I think, at all as it stands.
Now, that certainly is going to be a major shift to how things are going to look in LMP2 the rest of the way. Both of those cars were, I believe, top 5 or I think 5th and 6th at the time of the incident. Both of them now going to be several spots further down. And that could leave some bigger ramifications because the LMP2 class all night today, or all day today, including the past couple hours tonight, have been really competitive. There's been a lot of battling in those top few spots, and both of those cars were basically right on the cusp of being in that mix. And it's going to be a tall order for them to get back to that point, I think, especially for the 512, but even for the 420. I mean, like that car's definitely going to have some damage, so even if they haven't come down the road, there's going to be some work to do there. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they actually might have a black flag to serve at the moment.
I believe so, for, I think it's incident limits based on the way I've got it on my end. But I have to imagine this LMP2 field is not at all done with the battles that they've had up at the front of the class. We were watching it on the restart for a little while, both the 23 as well as the number 14 getting into the mix of things. And I gotta imagine most of these drivers, as they close back down these gaps, will find new partners, new groups of LMP2s to drive and battle and race with as the night goes on into the day. And as those drivers get back out from the repairs that they're working on, they will, I think, see if they can't make their way back up the order if there are any more yellows beyond it.
Well, while there has not been a change for the lead in GTP or LMP2, there has been some changes for the lead of note in GT Pro and GT Am. Currently up top here now in GT Pro is that 73, Giancarlo Leite, and the Aston Martin has jumped up to that top spot. They got past Spinell or the 71. I believe the 71 team had come down pit road not too long ago, so there is the new leader of the GT Pro group. That's 73, the Epic Vans Pulsar Esports team, who's got that top spot at the moment.
I believe they did not come down pit road when a lot of the GT Pro class did. They had pit a few laps prior to the yellow flag, much like we saw with Thomas Martin in the GTP category, is why we saw them find their way up to the top now as it stands.
And I'm sure they're excited to try to put some distance potentially on the field here on this restart now with that top spot. The other new name on the top spot here since the last full course yellow is the 515, currently driven by Paulo Amato. That is the leader now in GT-AM. That car, of course, the Wolf Motorsports sim racing team. And first time that I've had a chance to talk about the 515 here today is they now find themselves ahead of that 75 of Richard Bell, the SRN TFR Alliance.
Yeah, I get the feeling that they've got a pretty solid run here. They did come down and pit with a lot of the rest of the GTM category. We'll see how well they're able to hold on to it. Richard Bell, who was leading GTM prior to the pit cycle, right behind them in second. So I wonder if there was not a pit strategy going in the favor of Paulo and that Wolf Motorsports sim racing team, and how much they're able to hold on to that gap that that position they've created with the pit strategy there.
So those are the two new faces we see up at the front here in the respective GT3 divisions, both Pro and Am. Thomas Martin still up top in GTP. Victor Sonnergren still up top in LMP2. Of course, under the full course yellow once again after that collision between two LMP2s going through the bus stop just a few minutes ago. And that is how we find ourselves here as we are just past the 8-hour mark, working toward hour number 9. Alex Gagnon, Ben Acini, Dustin Ollis up here in the Green Flag TV booth. You're, of course, watching the Maconi Setup Shop 24 Hours of Daytona. The season opener here for VSCA, coming off of the Roar last weekend. And in about a month's time, they'll be going to Long Beach for the next race this season. It's been an interesting start to the race, and I'm sure a lot of these drivers just kind of getting settled in, waiting to get rolling once again.
I get the feeling that that's the case. I'm super curious. I wonder what that Long Beach race will look like here in about a month's time, and how this development and how this race goes when you crunch it down to more of that sprint race format that IMSA that the VSCA is probably going to mirror off of the IMSA calendar. How that looks, I gotta imagine it'll be a very different style of race we see there than we see here tonight, and today, tonight, tomorrow morning as well, in the Daytona 24.
Yeah, 100%. Every form of day possible for this weekend. We will be here bringing you the coverage. This 24-hour race started about 8 hours, 15 minutes ago. It will be going, obviously, you can see on the top left, for the next 15 hours, 46 minutes. Weather at the moment still cloudy, as it has been much of the day here in the virtual session at Daytona. Can't really tell now with it being as dark as it is outside. In the session, it is 10:05 p.m. at the moment. They will still be under the cover of darkness for probably the next 8 hours or so. The sun will probably be popping up around 6 a.m. in the server time. Pretty humid as it is here in Central Florida this time of year, but this is one of those events where they don't have to worry about rain. Fortunately, the forecast did not really call for any rain. A little windy, little overcast, but 8% chance of rain tops. It should be pretty clean and dry the whole way through.
Yeah, I looked at the forecast. I was like, oh, there's maybe a briefest hint of rain at about 8 p.m. in sim, and that was 2 hours ago, and then it goes away. So I don't think we'll see any rain tonight on the track, which is probably, I think, for the best with the way the safety car procedure and our full course yellows have been going.
Well, it's super funny. We were just talking about the very limited chance of rain a second ago there, Fen. We had just heard from one of our co-commentators here tonight, Derek Watson, who will be joining us here in a little bit, that if there is any time for rain, it would be in the next hour or two. After about another hour and a half from now, there is a 0% chance of rain, it sounds like, the rest of the way. But it is apparently, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen in the next little bit of time. But even then, it's still pretty slim.
Pretty slim, not the worst thing in the world. I'm curious to see how Long Beach will develop next month, and if we have the chance of rain there. I love rain racing personally. I know in some of the endurance team, as well as people I know, they are way less fond of rain than I am. But I'm always a big proponent of rain racing.
See, I think if I was good at not crashing the car when the conditions were ideal for driving, I'd probably be a bit more of a fan of the rain. But being that I am also not great at driving it when it's dry, you can imagine how my feelings are when it comes to driving any of these kind of cars in the wet.
Well, I mean, you could be one of those like closet rain masters that are just really good at driving in the rain and not quite as good driving in the dry.
That is true. Just really let it slide out there. You never know. I guess I haven't truly given it too much testing. Maybe it's a secret talent that I'll have to unlock here once we are done tonight. I can fire up the sim and give it a test here. But we're having a good time up here in the booth. We're hoping y'all at home are having a good time as well. If you want, feel free to let us know at home who you're pulling for here tonight. We still have the vast majority of the field on the track and racing here tonight. And because of it, we're getting treated to a lot of really fun action across all four classes. And it's just been a good time hanging up here, watching some fantastic racing at a fantastic track.
Absolutely. We got to restart at the end of this lap. So we're going to get set to go racing here once more in a couple corners time.
Alrighty. So you heard it. We're about to go racing when we make our way out of the bus stop. Thomas Martin going to be leading them back to the start-finish line. They are throttling up, and here we go once again from Daytona. The GTP is going to roar off in the NASCAR Oval 3 and 4. Martin, Peterson, Aragon, your top three as they'll make their way to the stripe. Little side-by-side here, deeper into one. Oh, almost a bit of contact there. This is in the LMP2 group. That's Pino on the 14, running second, who's in that battle. Now GT Pro.
Late on the brakes there for Sam Spinell in that number 57 BMW. Late in the brakes once again, lunging up the inside, looking for the move to try to get it done, to take over the lead of GT Pro in the background. Adrian as well.
Meanwhile, up at the front, Nicholas Peterson and the 32 for Wastegate. They've taken the top spot away from Thomas Martin here. We have a new leader both overall and in GTP. They also got a new leader in GT Pro as Sam Spinell has made the pass. We'll get to that in a minute. Here's the pass for the lead in GTP. There is the move to the inside. You see the 32 got the inside there. I think that's turn 6. Did a nice job making the pass, and then Aragon got right to the back bumper of Martin, who was trying to put on the pressure as well.
Yeah, both those drivers looking to get around with Nicholas Martin being, I think, the driver who has not quite, thinking that he had came in earliest for pits and did not pit under the full course yellows, but neither did Samuel Aragon, who is right behind him. So both of those drivers will probably be looking to pit sooner than the rest of the field who had come in during that safety car procedure. The first of the two are longer safety car as these cars get back underway in the GT Pro category as well.
So just coming out of this restart change for the class lead in 2, now make it 3 different classes as the 14 has taken the lead here in LMP2. Ruben Pino is, someone is sliding off big time somewhere in the infield. The Monarch Racing number 99 deep into the infield here. I think that was turn 5 that they went off at, the dog leg they were sliding through.
I think
Not
it was
sure
turn
what
number
happened.
2 got pit turned by the car right behind him. This is the Fury Sim Sport LMP2. And it's turned, pirouetted across the nose out into the inside of the International Horseshoe and came back on the racing course. See it there. Very clean. Keeps it out of going across the whole way, which means that they're able to rejoin and not bring out another caution, ideally. Let's see once more here. Just trying to go for the racing line. Not enough room in between the two. And that collected. Number 99 there.
So the Monarch Racing team back on track here after that spin is up front. Nicholas Peterson starting to put the hammer down for the top here in GTP. About a second clear of Thomas Martin. Samuel Aragon right in the mix as well, trying to take away that second spot from the V1M machine running second. But it is Wastegate Racing who's now got the advantage up front in that 32. Trying to get clear and try to put some distance before they start catching up to those GTMs that'll be at the back of the field here.
Well, they got one of them to contend with right now, and they also have a couple of bit of lap traffic in the GTP category to also work with. It's Chris Daniel in that number 55, PAX SimSport, also working with those front runners. It's currently in between Thomas Martin and Samuel Aragon, so it'll be a bit of a unique scenario for them to navigate if they're trying to get up the order on the podium, which I think is possible, but it'll be a bit of a unique situation.
Meanwhile, we're taking a look here at GT Pro. This is the battle for 8th, SimCity Racing and Virtual Power Sim Racing. 8th and 9th, the 71 versus the 77 as they'll make their way on in here to turn number 4. And Nick Mazza in the 71, Lucas Surkea in the 77.
Bit of a defensive line out of the 71 there at SimCity Racing, looking to keep that position from Lucas right behind him, but it's definitely going to be a unique one if he doesn't want to lose too much time to Marco Silva in that 68 right ahead of them in that 2 Lemaitre racing machine, a McLaren that's right in front of them. So if they keep fighting over it, they're going to let that gap open up to beyond the kind of second and a half, almost 2 seconds now, and keep Sam Gunstone, who's right behind the two of them in iRacing Today Motorsports via machine, to join in this 3-way fight for 8th.
Yeah, good little battle for him in there. Already just a couple laps in from the restart, seeing these pockets of battling developing across the classes, especially here in GT Pro. Got a good duel here as they're thinking about maybe trying to make something happen into the bus stop. They're going to go wheel locked in each other's tires tracks. Meanwhile, up here in LMP2, good little battle happening for 3rd.
Yeah, William Alcala in that twin turn. The other twin turn that one of the 2 that we talked about, the twin turn SRS, who's right behind his teammate, trying to then keep a little bit of a gap there. Ideally, as we go side by side with these 2 different battles for position, as I believe that number 8 spot has been taken over by Lucas Sequeira in that virtual power sim racing. And maybe it's going to be a 2 positions drop for Nick Mazza if he doesn't keep the Sam Gunstone in that lead of GTM behind.
Yeah, there's a big storm brewing here right now for SimCity Racing. Dropped 1 spot into turn 1, might be in danger of losing another one. Meanwhile, on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is that LMP2 battle for 3rd. That is William McCullough, who's got that spot right now, trying to hold on to it over Roberto Arter. And they're making their way down to the bus stop, only a car length and a half between them.
Yeah, only a car length and a half between those drivers, keeping it tight between these pair of battles that are happening right now. I feel like we also should see if we could do like another side-by-side with the GTPs around. I don't think we can do this, but I would love. As the number 7 and number 12 are battling out for the third step of the podium, or the bottom step of the podium, number P3 in GTP as well. So battles all up and down the order, regardless of where you look on track. There are cars duking it out for positions on this restart.
Yeah, some fantastic battling happening all over the place right now. That's 71 SimCity Racing trying to hold on to the 9th spot here in class under some pressure right now from Sam Gunstone. Meanwhile, this is the LMP2 battle we were watching now full screen as it has gotten really tense here for that 3rd spot. Alcala's got it. Arthur trying to take it away. It's a fantastic little duel we've got going on right now between... my timing table is completely messed itself up, so don't listen to me on what teams these are, because it's all over the place.
RTR and Twin Turn SRS currently in those 2 LMP2 machines. The RTR in that purple liveried LMP2 right behind the LMP2 of the Twin Turn SRS as they get into the first bit of traffic. GTM drivers splitting the difference here. That Blocco Motore AM driver a little ways down in the GTM, but still trying to make the most of it. Plenty of time left to move back up that order. I'd say GTM, I think, is going to be one in the pit scheduling and the incident management before anything else.
Taking a look here, this is the World of Sim Racing number 51, who had led a lot of the, say, hours 4 to 7, 5 to 8-ish. It's been a couple hours that they were ahead, but now finding themselves back a little bit further than we had seen them earlier on, currently running 5th in GTP and not really within the conversation of that lead battle at the moment, currently trying to fend off the Albrecht Motorsports number 96 machine, who's about a second behind him. This is a good battle going on for 5th, but it's not where we've seen the 51 a good bit of the evening.
Yeah, well, they changed in Estefania. I think the restarts have not been the best spot for Estefania to get kind of settled in, especially given how little actual green flag racing we've seen up until this point versus racing under caution. But that hasn't stopped either Sam Spinell or as well as Nicolo Liete for Epic Van's Pulsar Esports team to try to keep the heat turned up as they are duking it out once more. Not happy to live that spot lying down for that one, number 73, to try to take the fight back to the 57.
Yeah, double stints got the advantage right now. Spinell trying to hold on to that spot, but Epic Fans with Calolete trying to take that spot back. Good battle going on. They're also letting Tyler Redden get into the picture here, making it a 3-car battle for the top spot in GT Pro. You see they're also dealing with a little bit of faster traffic trying to work their way on by. This is a tough place if you are the faster traffic trying to get through the back end of the infield section, particularly narrow. This is the time to go out there, make that move, but may have lost a little bit of time trying to work through. As you see, he'll work up to the high side now.
Yeah, a little bit of tire spin is there as well. If I didn't miss it the first time, I went back and looked and saw definitely had to check that car and adjust the power output, which is why you see that gap staying about where it was. The draft helped neutralize the time lost there with the wheel spin, but it's going to be a little bit more time to get back to the fight with Sam Spinell in that 57 car as a result. I got to imagine they are also starting to feel the tire wear on that car as they've gotten towards the end of another stint. We're getting closer, I should say, to the end of another stint.
Yeah, certainly working on it, and now that they've had a few laps here kind of under green, that's going to start putting the strategy call a little more clearer into view, because we had a string of a couple full course yellows a little bit ago that went back to back. Now with a little bit of racing continuously, it is one of those situations where you start to get an idea of like, all right, if we're going, this is the time I need to be looking at coming down pit road. This is where I need to be or where I want to be before I come down pit road, that kind of stuff. So that call starting to come into picture, I think, a little more clearly for these guys over the next couple minutes.
Yeah, that is very much the case. It'll be interesting to see. I think we're flopping back to this LMP2 fight for third, excuse me.
We just had a... Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off, but there was a crazy battle that just happened. The 18 just got turned around through one of the horseshoes, and I think it's because people were getting a little scrappy with each other. Those cars bouncing off each other a couple of times, and the 18 ended up going around.
Yeah, I think that involved the leader, or one of the, I P2 of GTM as well, trying to keep up their own race and their battle for the lead of their class. And you can see that there. I think that's where that incident occurred, so it'll be interesting to see what comes of that, because definitely one of the things you don't want to do in your attempt to try to get back to the top step of the podium in your class is get the car spun around or be a part of a incident there. That's the 55, I believe, just getting locked up, trying to avoid running into, I believe that was Thomas Martin Daniel Campos right in front of him.
Yeah, that was Christopher Daniel, the Pack Sim Sport number 55. Really had to get on the brakes in a big way going in to that corner. The car was not able to maintain how aggressively it had to get on the brakes. It's a daring move to the inside there under the double yellow line. Going to bring a little side-by-side battle.
That
was a GT car kind of parked right in the middle of the racetrack, and they split the defense on their way into turn one. That was pretty big here between Delta Racing and VSR Competition.
Yeah, the two of those have been battling back and forth the past couple laps. I think Daniel Campos in that Delta Racing BMW has been looking for an opportunity to get around. I'm curious, from what it looked like, he didn't quite get over half the car over that double yellow line, so he did not receive the slowdown time game penalty that section now carries on the sim as well. So it'll be interesting to see what comes of that, if anything. But first, this side-by-side battle, as I think Epic Vans is trying to make the run for the lead.
Yeah, side-by-side battles at 270 kilometers an hour. Fantastic stuff here for the lead in GT Pro. Epic Vans back out in front. That 73 car retakes the lead away. 57 of Double Stint going to drop back to second, but the pressure is not over yet, because Tyler Redden is right there knocking on the door. And this is really a three-horse fight right now for the top of GT Pro. And pretty miraculously, they're all within a second. I think the guy in fourth is right there as well.
Yeah, I would say only half a second back from Tyler Redden is going to be Adrian Cibuela in that World of Sim Racing GT3 entry, that number 151. Only half a second behind. And as these cars dogfight it out, as the 57 swings back around, and as Tyler Redden also capitalizes on that open door, as they fight each other, Adrian's just going to be able to get into the mix here, and it's going to become a four-way fight for all of the podium positions.
Yeah, Tyler Redden, textbook move in the one, capitalizing on that battle that was happening in front of him between Spadell and Lette. And we have four cars within half a second right now for the GT Pro lead over 8 hours in. This is some fantastic stuff. Here comes Redden to the back bumper of Spinell. They're going to be working their way back onto the high banks here in just a moment. And this is the corner you don't want to overcook. I know everyone's anxious to get on the throttle, trying to make some of these passes, but you got to be careful here. Looks like everyone does a good job keeping the car contained, and they're going to throttle up here. Just look at that. That was some fantastic stuff. Wild what we're watching right now in GT Pro.
Yeah, and you're going to see the draft pull all these cars and crunch them all up together. Ideally not in a way where the crunching actually is a automatopoeia, other than a allegory I'm using is the goal. But the hope is that these four cars are going to be duking it out into one like we saw last lap, and I'm guessing we'll see a swap for position. The question is whether or not we'll see that swap get interrupted by the GTP field as it works its way around once more. You see Samuel Aragon at number 7, as well as the number 51 and the number 55 working their way up to the back end of these drivers here in a moment's time.
So right now it's Double Stint Racing that's got the edge over Blocco Motore.
I'm trying my best to hold my breath here, because seeing a couple of the braking points that the GTPs are using has me nervous.
Yeah, something tells me this is about to get ambitious as the 151 first car to get caught here by the GTP traffic. And this is where you didn't want to catch this if you were the GTPs, because there's not a lot of room to operate. Trying to find your way on by, especially when they're fighting tooth and nail for these top 4 spots. Easier said than done to work your way through traffic, because you have to let them by, but at the same time they're not trying to let each other by. This is some fantastic stuff as you see some bobbing and weaving here from the GTPs, trying to find any free bit of real estate as there's almost a bit of contact there. That got really close. Man, oh man.
Well, everyone survived, thankfully, but that has spread out this battle. But the battle for the LMP2 lead is heating up as they work their way through further back in GT Pro traffic. Oh, 2 wide of the kink is always a ambitious thing, but and
there was nowhere to go there behind the traffic. Used him as a pick. And now Alpino back up front in that 14 machine. He's got the edge over Sonnergren. Fantastic use of the lap traffic there as a pick. But, boy, that is, if I'm the 23, I'm going to be thinking about that the next time if I get a chance to get back up there.
Well, the benefit that the 23 now has is that they have a little bit of a draft from the GT3 in front of them to work their way to stay in the fight that they had for the lead there. I get the feeling, based on the consistency we've seen, or at least I've seen out of the 23, looking at some of those stats and numbers here, we'll see them get back into it within a reasonable time frame here in the next few laps.
Lots of action in LMP2, lots of action in GT Pro. It has been some fantastic stuff we've been watching the past few minutes. Dare I even say some of the more crazy moments we've seen here under green since the drop of the green flag this morning. It's been fun as we take a look here. This is a battle in the LMP2 group. A little further on back, 5th and 6th, Fury Simsport, Monarch Racing. There is no love lost between these two. They have been around each other basically all day long, and that continues to be the case here. And this is going to be fun.
Yeah, I get the feeling that they have an unsettled fight here based on the fact that we saw that 99 go spinning out of the infield just a few laps prior in a similar situation as this. Maybe thinking twice about how they approach this stuff. But as a result, that Fury Simsport come take the more defensive line, forcing the Monarch Racing team to go wide and ideally keeping the car behind them. But how much time are they both losing by being this defensive and driving? I'm curious that they could not be working together, trying to work their way back up to the 87 and 22, who are only 7 seconds up the road and well within reach if they work together instead of apart.
Yeah, but that's always the thing, especially if you've had a run-in with a car earlier on in the event. The last thing you want to do is cut them any brakes because, they didn't cut you a brake earlier. But at the same time, you have to pick your battles, and, they are losing time. Now, they're now 7.3 seconds back to that 4th place car. So it's it is a balancing act, because on one hand, there's the personal feelings of I'm not going to let this guy go by. I'm a racer. I'm fighting for my spot. But at the same time, it's the guy we're both chasing down is getting further away the more we do this.
Yeah, especially with how defensive Oliver Peterson is in the braking zones here with the goal of keeping that number 99 further back. I wonder if they aren't losing more time than they're gaining by racing with the prime goal of keeping the number 99 behind.
Good battle going on there. And meanwhile, we're going to jump back. This is that GT3 Pro battle we were watching earlier. It is picking right back up where it left off. Spinell under pressure from Redden. Lette right in there as well. 3 cars all within a couple of car lengths, and you can't count out Sabuela just yet. He is still lurking in the distance if something happens to one of these 3.
Yeah, I think Sabuela getting a little bit of the shorter end of the traffic stick this last time by, which has seen the 3 of them all compress into a few car lengths of each other as they get through the bus stop once more, or are getting through the bus stop once more. I don't want to count the chickens before they've hatched because those sausage curbs are unfriendly to every car class we have out here on track today. So, but get the feeling going into one, we'll see Tyler Redden probably lean on that door a little bit, regardless of whether or not it's open for the lead of the GT Pro class here.
He is right there. How are they going to sort this out in the one, I wonder? Redden going to take a look to the high side as they come across the start-finish line. Gets back within the tire tracks here in the one. Miracle they didn't get connected there. That was...
expecting it.
Yeah. Side by side now for second is here comes Lette into the mix as well. Capitalizing just like Redden did a few laps ago. Lette now taking that 73 car back to the second.
Oh, and First, they got. I bet they
Spinell
got
and Red.
contact. They've both been black flagged, both Spinell in that number 57, as well as Tyler Redden in that 183. So I get the feeling they did make contact, and if for whatever reason, iRacing has determined that is a contact worth the incidents here as we look back on that lap, that turn one, this is the most recent time by. There is a little bit of contact there.
Wow.
I don't know, that's a 4x worth of contact. But
we were just at an angle where it looked like there was ambiguous if it was actual contact, as neither car really got out of sorts, but that angle very much proved that they got together, and brutal for both of them. That black flag going to cost them a lot of time, and all of a sudden this race lead has just fallen into the lap here of Giancarlo Lette whenever they have to come down pit road, and Sabella in a really good spot to move up a few spots as well.
Yeah, both Lette and Sabella, I think one of those things of being patient, paying off in some regards. So I have to imagine they're going to be happy with the way that has swung in their favor. Going to see, I believe, both Spinell and Redden make their way down to pit lane to serve that drive-through. And I'm curious to see where they cycle back out, because they will be a little ways down the order. And now it's one of those questions, maybe a question I can ask you as well in the theoretical, is what changes in the strategy as you have to deal with the black flag?
Well, I think the one thing is you lose that time to the lead, and all of a sudden I think it's less about what are the cars directly around me doing. Like, if they weren't black flagged, we had 4 cars all battling for the lead there in GT Pro a second ago, and all of a sudden you become equally concerned with what are the cars around me thinking strategy-wise versus what am I doing, just because, it's so easy to quantify, the different strategy call and how that's going to affect when you're so close to one another. This black flag almost might take them away from that a little bit, and not to say that it's a good thing that it happened, but it might make your decision for strategy a little bit easier, because now it's no longer what am I doing, what are the other leaders doing, it's just what can I do that puts me in the best position moving forward over the next couple hours.
That makes sense. I think that's
at least that would be my take on it if I was on the crew box there for the 57 or the 183, but that everyone, I'm sure, has got a different thought to it. They might not even be too worried with what the other people were doing. That's just my thought on it would be, well, I don't have to worry about what these guys are doing. I just got to focus on what puts me in a good position, getting from, say, hour 9 to hour 12 and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, a good time to readjust the optic of where they are looking for their strategy calls and what they need to worry about. I think one of the benefits of that is that it becomes a little bit simpler. You're not working as hard on the immediate. You're working a little bit more in the long term. You see the leader of LMP2, I think, dive down in the pit lane there. You'll see it for very, very briefly as Ruben Pino works his way down with the Grow Racing Team Blue and allows Victor Sonnergren, excuse me, I said Sonnenberg. Anyway, to take back over the lead for that twin turn SRV.
A good battle going on here between these three. I mean, honestly, we've been spoiled over the past 30 minutes with this GT Pro class. It's just been absolutely unreal. No matter where you look in the top 5, it has been gloves out, heavy hitting stuff between everybody.
There might be a thing to check in Daniel Campos. I think I just saw him create some tire marks on the start finish Daytona logo.
Oh.
If we get to... I think he got in a little tussle with the GT3s on accident. We'll take a look here at how that looks. You see there the GT3, and then you see, that was way less pleasant for not.
That was the 90 of Intercom Fisher Motorsport, Ryan Steinhoff behind the wheel, who got, I think, clipped there by Campos as they were coming across the stripe, and I think that's going to be a decent bit of damage for both of them, because it looks like the 90 definitely off the pace here.
Yeah, I definitely think the 90. I think Daniel Campos maybe made it out a little bit more okay, which is a little more frustrating, but that number 90 is a little bit crunched, and I think we are going back under yellow as that car is parked on the runoff right before the International Horseshoe.
There's one more look at the spin, but we are now under the full course yellow once again, just before hour 9 here. The 90 appears to be pulled off on the side here. The Intercom Fisher Motorsport GTM, driven by Ryan Steinoff at the moment. And that is, we'll take another look here. Yeah, that car was not getting back up the speed, Fen, and looks like this is where he finally decided to pull it off and take it back to pit road.
Yeah, I think based on how I had kind of seen of it, it was not doing well. I didn't think I saw a wheel moving for one of the 4. That one, that front left that I saw take the brunt, take the brunt of that, was definitely not turning at all as he was trying to get that wheel to comply through turns 2 and 3.
Well, I'm trying to do the math. I really should just have a running tally somewhere, but I want to say this is the 12th full course yellow so far through the opening 8 hours and 46 minutes of competition here at Daytona. That being said, I'm not going to be too upset by it because we were eating good there for a while with what was going on in GT Pro. That was pretty wild.
We certainly were. I'm super curious what happened to the 420. I think as the caution comes out, the 420 also makes a bit of an impact with we got him blinking pretty badly throughout all that. Michael Williams there. I will give you just a play-by-play. The replay, I think, would be far too glitchy as he runs into the Racing Team White as he catches the pace car. I think whatever technical gremlins are affecting him is what caused him to not realize that pace car was so close to where he's at, and that car needs to pit for repairs because it is missing. It is very much crabbing at this point.
Yeah, it's a tough break. Things really in the past, say, hour have really gone the wrong way, I think, for that LB2 group, the Track Limit Sim Racing, because they were also caught up in that bus stop incident just at the top of the hour when we were talking to one of their drivers earlier on, and now this has been it's been a tough break. So we are just about entering, we'll be hitting 9 hours complete in about 13 minutes here from today's 24 hours of Daytona. Right now, up front, it is Wastegate Racing and Nicholas Peterson and that 32. This race has really kind of come back in a good way here for that crew. When we talked to one of their drivers earlier on, whose name is escaping me right now, I've scrolled right past it. I'm sure that I have. Selena Ward. Yes, Selena Ward. When we were talking to her earlier, they were finding themselves in the 5th spot due to some technical gremlins, and they were saying that they felt pretty confident in that they would be back up into the mix here, and it took a couple of hours, but boy, that 32 really seems to have come alive here in the past, say, like hour and a half.
Yeah, I think as drivers kind of cycle out and pace differences make themselves more aware, I think Nicholas Peterson has made it more of been the fastest driver on track for GTP at the moment.
Yeah, so Peterson currently leads over Campos and Estefania. Up at the top here for LMP2 is now Lucas Moncla, who's in the top spot here in that 23 for twin turn SRV. And Calolete has been top of the GT Pro here after a very spirited battle that we are watching a good bit of. Paulo Amato still leads here for the GT AMs. And I want to take a second and really digest what we were watching in that battle for GT Pro, because there were so many different players in it, Fen, and now with the black flags, the 2 of them, that kind of broke it off a little bit. I wonder if we're going to see them all get back together at some point in the next couple of hours, because they all seem to be pretty similar on pace. And the only thing that separated them now was that black flag. I'm super curious if they have the pace to get back up there and battle in the mix with them.
I get the feeling, especially when we get to the longer bit of... since this is a longer for a full course yellow, we'll get the opportunity to see these cars once again split up by class. And since they will be essentially back with the same class, I get the feeling we'll see those cars get back into a mix and fight with each other, as well as the other cars they have in between them and the sharp end of GT Pro once more. So I get the feeling within the next couple hours we'll probably see that happen again.
Well, we are going to take a quick second to be on board here with the number 73 machine. And when we come back, it'll be continued coverage of the Maconi Setup Shop 24 Hours of Daytona here, VSCA competition, just about 9 hours in. And we'll be back with you in just a second.